Okay, hello. I have some laundry running in the background. The mic might pick that up for another couple minutes or so. Hopefully it's not too bad. that is the dryer drying clothes. I'll be done in like 10 minutes. Had to do my laundry early on in the morning. Let's see if the spectator dashboard is back up. That was down earlier. No, as an invalid SSL certificate. No. Oh, why? Alright, I'll post in the Discord for Happy Leaves. Hopefully he can deal with it. I'm early? I'm slightly early. Well, when you got a tournament that's early. Hello, Pro Pleb. Okay, got the Twitch ads out of the way. I'll show you guys. This is one of the most devastating things you can ever see. The invalid SSL certificate for AoE2rex.com. I don't know how to spectate now. Let me message Terz and Lewis. Actually, is there like a spot where this gets posted? Is there like a John Slow events thing, maybe? Post a question there. I don't know if there's an admin around. Hello, Jux. Crazy the whole website is down. It is unfortunate. But we'll manage. We'll manage, I'm sure. I started stream 1 minute earlier than scheduled. Ooh. No, it's not a Wi-Fi thing. It's a website thing. Still remember first playing AoE somewhere in the 90s. Great games. Yes, indeed. Good morning. I hope I was having a wonderful morning until the dashboard has been down. So now I need to find the Rex in-game or spy on streams to find them. I'll just message Terz. If he doesn't reply, then I'll message Lewis. So let's just try to find the drafts then. Maybe to captain's mode. Lewis versus hamsters. Wonderful. Okay, the draft's up. There we go. And Terz says yes, perfect. And just to double check I have this correct, yes, Lewis on the left, Terz on the right. Game 1 on Bazi random. Lewis's maps will be Regicide, Socotra, and Basmo. Terz's maps will be Zaval and Abischi. But I think that's the laundry being done. 6 years old when you found your older brother playing it. Nice. 2005 and you were 6. You're a young one then. Dark Noob. Hello. We'll see if John Slow comes online. Hopefully he does. Still shout him out anyway. Is this and then sudden disaster coming up too. Alright, my laundry's done. I'm gonna tend to that for a minute. I'll be right back. Is it morning already? Oh, I've been up for a while now, Panda. Same for you. Nice. I realize that this admin band thing isn't centered. Let me center that. That looks a bit more even. One day I'll get this set up properly. Wake up at 3 a.m. Nice. I've been waking up at 4 a.m. to go for runs or go to the gym early. I didn't intentionally do that. It just kind of happened and I rolled with it. I'm going to bed pretty early too. What Dark Noob did? This Vil cosplay isn't going to work on itself. How are my runs going? I'm still in the phase of I need to take it very careful not to injure myself with my runs. It's like the running isn't even for running right now. Running is just to build up a baseline of not getting injured. Yeah, I hadn't run for a while because whenever I run, I'm like, I used to run like 80 miles a week and I'm like, oh, I'll do something short, like 6 miles a week, and then I injure myself. So I'm taking it very slowly to do like walk run combinations. You have knee problems? Yeah, I have knee problems, I have hip problems, I have ankle problems. I have shoulder problems, but at least they don't bother me when I run. And hello, Ivan Rio. Hopefully we don't have people resigning due to wolves today. I mean, hopefully we do. Do you do any cross training? I don't. I mean, I do a lot of weightlifting at the gym. But no, it's way too boring for me to go on an elliptical and not be outside. In 14.6 miles this morning? Nice. I miss when I could go on runs of that distance. Maybe one day I'll be able to dunk a basketball again. That's the hope. Oh, Terz is so good at sending lobby codes, he even changes the 0 to a 1. How was your break day? Nice. Have any big plans for your break day? Hello, Marintho. How are you doing? I don't think you'll fucking dunk anymore. I know, I can't. I miss the days when I could dunk. I'm good, how about you? I was doing pretty good, but then I saw the spec dashboard was down. So now I'm gonna have to navigate that. Terz is sending me lobby codes. Oop, he's remaking a lobby and sending me a new code. Terz OP, he knows what's going on. Okay. Aussie random with spectating. We're good. We got Terz taking care of us. Salty 90 in your dream today. Slana should watch AoE 2 streams. Hello, Anthony. And hello, the Hork. I once had a dream that I queued for Empire Wars accidentally. Empire Wars 2v2s, and I went AFK to go to the bathroom. And I came back, and turns out Viper was my teammate. But I came back late and I missed the start of the game, and he was so worried that he was playing 1v2 Empire Wars. And I wasn't there to help him out. And the problem was he needed that match to qualify for Red Bull, and if he lost, he wasn't going to make it. So he was freaking out. And Taramis was taking clips of his live stream and posting them to social media, looking at my base while I was AFK. That was one heck of a dream. Anyway, we are starting. These players are getting started right away. Professional here. Very professional. So let's go. We will have Bazi Random giving us a Nomad start with a barracks. So the players start with a barracks. No TC, but they have a barracks. So we will have Terz down here in the green to the south playing as the Churches, and Lewis down here in the blue to the south playing as the Lithuanians. Alright, so Lithuanians versus Jurchens. Lithuanians with a barracks start means you could probably do militias right away. These boars have 415 food on them, storming the dogs flying by. And Terz is gonna house, because why not? You transport ship some sheep, put them in the transport, they can't be stolen. Ooh, what is this? Is this boar? Like, is that actually shell? Is this boar just on the water? And boar's taking a swim. Is this shallow that leads out there, or is that water? Like some terrain masking, maybe? This is going to be a fast game. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a 3-hour game that goes to a wood game. So the good news for Terz is that he has 2 boars down here, not as much food as the ones in the middle. But a good amount of food on them. Bad news for Terz is that Lewis has all of the sheep. Like 7 sheep, more on the transport, 6 more on the transport. Terz will have 3 or 4. And then Lewis also has access to all the ibexes out here. And Lewis also could literally wall in Terz. Terz, ooh, he could scout and find those sheep down there. So militia for each player, that'll work as a scout for them. Dock for Lewis. Terz milling the berries isn't docked yet. Lewis finds the 1 deep fish here. Oh, actually, Lewis is an amazing dock. He has 2 great fish marlin next to it. There aren't even that many fish here. Lewis just OP with the dock location. And hello, why don't you say hi? That's a lot of boars. Yeah, it's very boring over here. Okay, the boar that was on the shallows walked away, so that must have been shallows. Imagine if boars could swim. Oh, the boars have different food amounts, so some are 415, some are 365. Yeah, we get different amounts. And Terz, ooh, gonna use a couple of palisades to protect the villager and hunt the boar. Lucky this isn't one of those Kamiyuk boars that attacks over the diagonals, but he'll be safe there. Starting scout, no, why don't you say hi? The starting scout on this map was the players started with a barracks and they trained militia. They did not start with that militia, they trained it. Are resources randomized like hyper random? I believe so. Looks like everything has random amounts of resource on it. Should a little whack at the dock, maybe. Yeah, even worse, they had to pay for their scout. Okay, so Lithuanians start plus 100 food when they build the TC, gives them a really smooth nomad opening. Lewis even has something to mill. Ooh, Terz might be able to deny the Ibexes. Ooh, nice shot from the villagers. So the militia can't lame the Ibex. Great job from Lewis to shoot them so they have food on them. Yep, the Cobra's been completed. That was on the VOD from yesterday if you want to see that. That was also, I streamed that on my YouTube too if you want to check that out. Bozzy Random is a fire map. I think, is Bozzy Random a heaven map or a hell map? I would probably go for heaven. So sheep being taken under the TC. Depends on who you ask. So Lewis trying to find gold. Doesn't have much gold by his TC. Does have stone. Bozzy Random just is. This is a Helven map. An Emma Watchson. Hello. It's a feudal on the way for both players. A boar being lured in. An idea for a map. Smallest map ever. Each player has 2 never-ending tiles of each resource. That game might never end. If you have never-ending stone, that becomes towers everywhere. Here's a question. Are starting resources randomized? How do players have 643 stone? I guess starting resources must be randomized. Alright, so Lewis is walling, and maybe he'll notice the deer running, but he has not seen that archery range from Terz. So he's trying to wall in Terz. Terz is going to send a village forward, and he's got 5 villagers on the way there. He's saying, no Lewis, you're not walling me in. Lewis almost got him there, but Lewis doesn't have loom. He doesn't have loom, and quick gate from Terz, quick house, quick wall, quick something. Blocking with the villager. Right-clicking the tree, and down goes Lewis's Wallingville. Terz is not walled in. He has an escape route. He's walled in on the right, but not on the left where he's... Ooh, I thought there was a range. He's able to make a stable. So Lewis will see the stable. However, Lewis probably content just to FC here. Oh gosh, that's a lot of sheep that could be stolen. Terz notices that. Lewis is going to keep the militia by the sheep, I'm sure, though. Oh, demo! Lewis, where's the demo ship? Oh, come on, Lewis, you need a demo here. Oh, he doesn't have wood. Doesn't have wood for it. It should just be insta. Click the demo button when you see this. 4 HP should be random. Okay, they have 75. That doesn't look random, but that is a good idea. Alright, so he's tower rushing Lewis's gold. I guess that's one thing Lewis doesn't have, good gold access. Of course, he can access the rest of the entire map. Well, there's a tower. Oh, and I totally missed this. Thank you, Nuesi, for the sub 8 minutes ago. I totally missed that. I'm so interested by the Bozzy random. Didn't hear my own alert. Thank you very much. And also Deadpool1983, thank you for the follow. Thank you all for the lovely support. Still need to get the YouTube chat integrated properly. So as soon as I have a break from streaming and finish the cartographer's payments, that'll be my next project. The boar eats... Oh, wait. Did we get the demo? I think we got the demo. Or is that just a boar? Oh, wait, what the heck? What is that boar doing? Wait, what? Did that boar kill all those villagers? Or was that just weak vills after the demo? Wait, what? Anyway, Terz is now... He's lost 7 villagers. It was... Okay, it was a... I thought I saw a demo out of the corner of my eye, but then... The boar... God, the boar killed the rest of the vills. That's a vicious boar. So 5 kills from a demo, 2 from the boar for a total of 7. Okay, there's another... Oh, Lewis, you got another demo? Use it. Ooh. Okay, Lewis now doing loom. And Terz will call the GG. Well, I think that's a fair GG. Lewis is doing a castle. He's about to have some lechai. Would have called it at that point. Well, your Vilva demo. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna restart that game. I just want to watch that again. Make sure that I see it. Just do this real quick. It was only a 14-minute game. We can fast forward this. It's like that SpongeBob episode where he misses his name tag and retraces his steps. Most important meal of the day. Serving it up Terz's way. Goths in this map. Mongols in this map would have been good. Mongols for Bozzy random feel like the Civ. So Drush hits those vills. Oh, Lewis is using militia to lure the boar. Okay, we're at 10 minutes or so. The transport... Oh yeah, they started with a transport too. That's crazy. Okay, as soon as the vill... Okay, they're gonna tower. Okay, they're towering. Where's the demo still? Okay, there's the demo being queued. Vill's gonna hunt the boar. Okay, so that's one eco Katie right now. 2 more vills coming over for a total of 7. The scouts scare the fishing ships away. And Terz, you can't... There's a dock right there. You can't be taking a boar that close to the shoreline. Here it comes. Here it comes. And... Boom! Oh gosh, and how are the vills fighting that next boar? Oh, the boar is going for him. What was Terz clicking there? He shift queued the group of 7 vills. Oh no. Oh, shift queue. I'll have to do a breakdown video on that. That's amazing. Does the boom destroy... Oh wait, did the boom destroy the food that was rotting? What? You're right, there's no more food there. Oh wait, can demo ships destroy boar corpses? Wait, what? Oh, what? Okay, that's something else we gotta explore. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna save this wreck. Hold on. Is this? I mean, there's 300. I mean, these boar have like 365, 415 food on them. Unless the food ran out at the same time. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna let me save this wreck. My save games folder. Copy that. F2. Terz, Lewis, Boar, Demo. All right. I'll save that. We'll cast this set, but when we're done with the casting, we'll go back and we will revisit this. We shall revisit, and we'll experiment and we'll test. And starting the day off with a banger right there. Got some early season apples and unleashed your inner American and baked a pie. Nice. I like apple pie. Apple pie is good. Alright, so Lewis gets one heck of a win there. And it will be Zawal, the wonderful map Zawal. Spanish for Lewis in the blue to the west, and Berbers for Terz in the green to the east. There will be some bears here. Bazzi likes his bears. He loses 6 villagers in about 3 seconds. Even worse, Einherj. He lost 7 villagers in about 3 seconds. Should maybe rebuilt somewhere else. I think Terz was fairly dead at that point. And also, I gotta give credit to Terz and Lewis for doing their drafts and starting on time. Much appreciated. I got my coffee next to me. I gotta slowly drink this while casting. A potentially excellent counterpick for Terz. So this is one of the very interesting unique unit matchups, I think. If you get to the late game where the Camel Archers are fully upgraded, then they should do well versus Conks. But in the early Castle Age, Conks just have such a high attack that I think they still win against Camel Archers. I've played that a few times myself on Arena. I've seen it on Nomad quite a bit. And I don't think the Conks are countered, at least early on, if both players do a Castle and Unique unit by Camel Archers. Zawal is such a tricky map to play. Like the easy strategy is always forward Castle Unique unit. And then the other strategy is always Monk defense that. Spanish will have the better monks, especially with Inquisition. Oh gosh, what about Inquisition missionaries against Camel Archers? Inquisition is so cheap for how powerful it is. 100 food, 300 gold. The cost is really the castle. You could conceivably out-micro them in smaller groups. I think that's true if you have ballistics. If you don't have ballistics, it's really easy to dodge arrows anyway, and in some sense it's actually harder to dodge the conks because they're so inaccurate. They do shoot more slowly, but that doesn't matter as much in the micro fight when you're just dodging back and forth and you have time to reload. Later on in big groups, when you have a lot of them shooting at each other, then I think the fire rate matters more. Conks in small batches come with a great rating advantage, super easy to pick off villagers. Yep, indeed. So 3 farms in the Dark Age for Terz, as he's hunting his boars. Okay, that's really early for farms, actually. Interesting. Trying to stretch the food out, I guess. Well, Berbers will farm slightly faster. And he's going for stone, so he's going for the Camel Archers. The T-shaped stone, the 1-shaped gold. Also, something about this map, it has a ton of crazy straggler trees. Bazzi just went all crazy with this. Heaven and Hell, what tournament is that, and how many tournaments going on in this community at any given time? Need to quit working to follow half of them. Heaven and Hell, this is one of John Slow's tournaments. You can type !HH in the chat, and the bot will link you to the Discord. It's about, he has some heavenly maps, and I'm assuming that Zawal is a heaven map. And then there will also be hellish maps, like the Bazi random we just watched. Is the cursor? Let me know if my mouse cursor is like lagging on stream. Does it happen if I zoom out? Oh, it does happen if I zoom out. Interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. Interesting. I need to debug that. As long as it's fine when I'm actually casting. Because Capture Age doesn't let me resize my cursor, so I needed a hack to send my cursor position to OBS. But maybe the hack could be more efficient. I wrote like 10 lines of code using some random Python library I found. I mean, maybe it doesn't play well with Capture Age zoomed out. And apparently it doesn't. Look at that. Look how laggy that is. Oh gosh. What is Capture Age zooming out? Slow down the cursor position. What is going on? Anyway. Capture Age issues again. As long as it's fine when I'm zoomed in. So there's Terz up to the feudal age. And Market Blacksmith on the way for Terz. He's working to get himself walled up at the front. Yeah, the World's Edge ones don't overlap, but if other people just sponsor their own tournaments, then they happen whenever. So, Stone here also for Lewis, so it looks like both players likely will be going for their unique units. So Camel Archer versus Conk, we will find out how that works. The priority I think for Terz, the thing is, like, I mean both players want to rush their upgrades, but Terz really needs to rush Ballistics if he wants to take fights. Ballistics is going to be really important for him. What is the field of scientifically analyzing AoE 2 like? Myself or rigor, maybe on far the scientists researching medicine. I think it's called I work as a programmer, so when code breaks, I notice it. I used to work on healthcare software though. It's important that that doesn't break. The Earth is round. Why is the map flat? Abstraction. So forward Vils for Terz. And he will be dropping the castle right near that black bear. Or, no, he's just doing... Okay, mining camp first. Castle second. He's not up yet. Not gonna fight the bear yet. So L-shaped gold there. Tetris T-piece there. Wikipedia dashboard. That's true, Potkany, but if you weren't here earlier, the dashboard is down right now. The dashboard has some type of invalid SSL certificate that's expired. Yeah, after the dashboard fixes their SSL cert, yes. So, defensive castle from Lewis, monks behind this for Terz. Now, Berber monks, take a look at them. They are surprisingly decent outside of the lack of sanctity. So, less hit points will be awful. But to be honest, conks do so much damage. It's a difference of one shot. Maybe the monks themselves will be fine anyway without sanctity. They do have atonement and they do have redemption if they get into that monk versus monk fight. But the real problem would then be what happens if the Spanish player does Inquisition, and all of a sudden is much better off in the monk fight. Okay, Camel Archer runs into the castle. Camel will rejoin the castle. How's the best tournament going? Hello, Tiberius. It's going pretty well. I always love the clown tournaments. Monk goes to grab a relic. And we'll bring it back to the monastery. So, 3 relics on each side. Looks like each player will get their own relics. And Camel Archer Conks. Behind this, look at the economies. 1 TC for each player. 1 TC for each. Let's see. 1 extra eco upgrade. Bowsaw added in for Terz. And only double bit axe for Lewis. Camels will go to the scout and kill the scout. And, ooh, okay, petards. Petards for Lewis. I think you only need 1 petard for this wall. But Terz has some great scouting. Both the scout and the outpost down here, so he will notice if Lewis breaks in. Oh, and the camel archers even will notice that he's breaking in. And ooh, here we're seeing, okay, this is it. Conks versus camel archers. The camel archers outnumber them. The petard breaks through. Monks on both sides. Low HP on those monks without sanctity. 1 goes down, the second goes down, no conversion, 1 camel archer converted. So lack of sanctity, well, no sanctity for Lewis either. But devastating if the conks hit. I don't think sanctity matters though if you're having all 4 conks shooting, because you'd kill the monk anyway. Are they a relevant eco bonus? They're decent, but they're not amazing. And hello, ready. Need oh, no bodkin, no bodkin. Okay, yeah, without bodkin, Terz can't take the fights. Okay, that is. You need at least equal range with the cav archers. And I think what you're seeing right there is just without ballistics, not a single hit lands on the conks. Without ballistics, the camel archers are not scary. And Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. He's going 1 TC fast imp. YOLO clown play, let's go. And Inquisition monks, Inquisition missionaries sound tempting. Block printing missionaries? Oh, that would be sick. Petard coming forward. Where is it? Oh, hit the unbuilt university. Can you destroy this? Will he destroy this? No. That would have been great. Okay, meanwhile, some conks and camel archers dancing, and we're seeing how strong the conks are. That'll be another monk that goes down. Ooh, no, it won't. Okay, conversion, because he gets his camel archer back. He's gonna kill the bears. And he does clean the conks, but overall KD 9-7 in favor of Lewis. And Lewis up to imp despite Terz having more res collected. One thing that camel archers are is in some ways cheaper because they're wood and gold instead of food and gold. And food usually is a bigger investment. You have to go to farms. You invest wood into farms to get food instead of just investing wood directly into the camel archers. And the camel archers will spy Lewis sneaking out for a town center on both those outlying golds. And Lewis will delete the foundation and sacrifice 4 villagers to get 2 villagers safely home. It's a moment of respect for these poor souls, giving their lives for the cause. So, ballistics on the way for Terz. And that will make him very scary against the conks now with the camel archers. But what will be scary are block printing monks, especially if they ever do get Inquisition. Heaven and heck. I'm making a joke. It's heaven and hell. It's an interesting trade. We need YouTube to share the video. The hell maps are heavenly, yes. Every map is heavenly. I mean, the tournament should just be called Heaven. Heaven and even more heavenly. Sudden Death Houseboat is amazing. This is such a clickety-click nerd. The Treb going for the castle. Good one awesome game on Sudden Death Houseboat. Not sure it was worth it for all other sets. FFA Sudden Death Houseboat sounds amazing. Give the first castle build new one in the back. That's probably the plan for Terz. Because right now he's in the Castle Age versus Imperial Age stage. And his goals have enough eco that he can then do something with it and outlast Lewis. What that thing is a good question. He has options. He could go Imp and try to get Bracer for the Camel Archers. He could stay Castle, and if he's afraid of monks, burghers do have access to Heresy. So that's a good question. Instead of going Imp, you could conceivably go Heresy and Light Cav and just try to push this off with Light Cav. Losing the relics is unfortunate, and Lewis will probably get all 6 relics. But yeah, 3 monks there to pick them up. Here they are. Taking them back. And Konk's just gonna run some interference for the monks. They bring the relics, drop them, and carry them home. So 6 relics for Lewis. Malachi succeeded. So Imp on the way for Terz. Okay, he's not doing my Heresy Light Cav plan. He's doing Imp. He's going Imp, and that will give him then access to Bracer for the Camel Archers. He'll heal them up. But then he is on a timer. He will be on a timer to push because Lewis will have the relics. And Lewis honestly has a decent eco behind this. He did add a second TC. So Terz, remember, he sniped off that TC earlier on when he saw Lewis going for it, so he should assume that Lewis does have a second TC somewhere. So forward castle, this castle's important because it secures Treb position. He can keep his Trebs underneath it, and he won't have to worry about Camel Archers fighting them. And Terz is aware of the castle. He's got outposts everywhere. And he's going to engage. But 4 monks, remember the Konks have to fight with ballistics. Again, the Camel Archers have ballistics. Almost free Heresy with the castle picking off the converted Camel Archers. Pros narrow-mindedly throw their relics because they don't carry their relics back in closed maps. You're still seeing how good the Konks are, even with ballistics, how good they are at dodging those arrows. Oh, microing ballistics should be banned. So this castle going down will be a problem for Terz. Oh, but you know what he can do? He can go YOLO Genitors. He can do Elite Genitor, and that counters everything. The Konks, the monks, potential missionaries, or even like even skirms they can fight against. Oh, Bracer chemistry. Terz. It's Genitor time. It's the year of the Cav Archer and the Skirm. You got them both combined. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. He has no. It's okay. He has 2,000 more res collected. He doesn't need an eco, right? We can believe. We can believe in the Genitors. Maybe instead of going camel archers, he should have done Genitors right from the start. Yeah, don't fight the monks, Terz. Let your houses get converted. You don't need the houses. Build more houses in the back. The monks waste their monk juice, then you fight. Okay, TC goes down. Has to be careful of his market going down. Chemistry on the way. Genitors, he's housed. And he needs to rebuild houses in the back. Has a castle for some pop space now. The G-Pony, the Genitor. Oh, there he goes. How do you fight Genitors with conks? You don't, right? Maybe he needs elite Genitor now? I mean, he's just Castle Age conks still. How much HP these guys have? 70 compared to the 75 of the Camel Archers? Only a 5 HP difference. And what's the attack they have? +4 versus Archers. I'm sure Terz calls the GG. So it's 3 + 4 + 4 versus Archers. So they do... What's that? 3 + 4 is 7 + 4 is 11 damage. Negated by the 1 Pierce Armor of Conks and then Armor Upgrade. So they'll do 9 damage. Compared to the Camel Archers, which are 7 + 4 Pierce Armor. So that's the same thing. So they're doing the same damage, but you don't need the castle for them. Only 5 HP difference. They're a bit slower, actually. Same range. More Pierce Armor, though, so they're going to take less damage from the Conks. Honestly, FC Genitor might have been a play here. Like, rather than Imp, I was thinking Light Cav Dive too, but rather than Imp, maybe the play was just Genitor. Like, if you're collecting gold, you can do Heresy for the monks, and then, like, Heresy Genitors? Dive the Conks with them? That might have been the play. I think Terz remembered about the memes a bit too late. Also, if I zoom out here when the game's over, does my mouse still lag? It does lag. Okay. I will look into that. I was attempting to have a bigger mouse cursor because Capture Age doesn't resize the mouse cursor, but if it lags like that, then I'll need to rethink my strategy. Oh, you're right. They also have +4 damage because it's the +4 versus Cav Archers. You're right. These are Cav Archers. You're right. Oh, I wasn't counting that. I was looking at the Archers, but right. So it is +4. So they are doing 4 extra damage, but they're also taking 3 more damage. I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't need to go for the castle then, right? I mean, Camel Archers are better against pretty much all other units other than Skirms. But yeah, I think Terz forgot about Skirm theory, which is also Genitor theory, I guess. Yeah, it's 2-0 for Lewis. I should update the scoreboard. He did win Bazi random, and Terz lost Zawal. So that was a heaven map. We might see a hell map. And what was Terz the first game? It was the Jurchens, right? The hell map being Beastchi. And thank you to Terz again for posting the lobby code. Excuse me, I'm gonna just try to run a ad breaks to reset the pre-roll counter. And the map shall be Beastchi. Castle opening feels fine because nullifies conks, but adding G-ponies over imp feels right in hindsight. As always, hindsight undefeated. Hindsight undefeated. And again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the John Slow tournaments like I am. I'm drinking my coffee too fast. I need to leave some for the rest of the stream. And solve this problem with twice as much coffee. I'll just have unrelated problems. I can't have twice as much coffee. Wasn't Heaven or Hell canceled? No, Gabriel. That was another tournament. That is not the drama of this tournament. That's another event. And let me check Wikipedia real quick just to see if we have other events coming up today for Heaven and Hell. There's also Regicide Rumble, so I'll probably raid T90 at some point during that. But here we are. Hold on, I'm checking Wikipedia. What is it? There's no drama for Heaven and Hell. There's no drama. And the only drama is the number of predators on Beast G. There's Wean Dinchester versus Ciskhan. That'll be coming up next, so I'll also cast that. And then I'll swap and do Rex probably from the AoC Classic 2025. Oh, I do have both my chats visible. Is the cursor... Oh, I'm zoomed out and the cursor is fine here. Oh, now it's not fine? Why does the zoom level on Capture Age affect my browser source? Okay, that's somewhat laggy. This is somewhat laggy. That's fine. Okay, so I can't zoom out more than this, otherwise the cursor gets laggy. Alright, I'll just be here and the cursor's fine. And so much debugging I gotta do just to have a working stream. How many predators? Okay, now you're asking me to zoom out. 698 predators. The predators on Beast G are like the wall on Zawal, neutral Gaia. Villagers don't attack them, just defend themselves. Yep. And as I said the other day, if you were watching the stream, these predators, these are not actually crocodiles. These are reskinned penguins. Penguins are aggressive and attack everything, not just... They don't have the same restrictions that predators do. They can't attack monks, seed, buildings, or scouts. These predators, these penguins dressed as crocodiles will attack everything. Everything. Can we zoom in, see how the crocodiles are doing? Yeah, how are they doing? How are they doing? You have a good snack over here? Gorging on those skeletons? Nobody told you that before you played? You didn't test the map first? The crocodiles out here, looking at all the skeletons. Oh, look how cute these guys are. Wiggling his little tail back there. Oh, that guy's so cute. It's amazing. And with the flawless Magyar's castle drop. Oh wait, do the Magyars one-hit these things? Probably not. That's the question. Do the Magyars one-hit them? Yeah, is this map called Florida with all them alligators? If only. And all the skeletons. They one-hit them, but you can't attack, so you have to let them be attacked, and then the Magyars one-hit them. Oh, that's glorious. He thought they reskinned the penguins into predators like Alien versus Predator. we could play some Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds one day if we want to see some aliens. Not friendly, why friend-shaped? Your match versus TaToH was a thing of beauty. Oh, I bet. Yeah, on the wall you can repair the wall. It would be nice if they would update the game so you had more options as a map scripter over how that stuff worked, so that you could control it better. Shouldn't it be gnawing instead of gorging? I think you're right. Gnawing on the bones. They've already gorged everything that was on the bones. Also, how are you doing this morning, Dangle? Hope you're having a lovely morning. So Terz up feudal villas going down to the woodline. Oh, it's just the marrow left. If you remember T90's shark facts, I learned that sharks don't have bones, they only have cartilage. So there's Lewis up to feudal. And Terz will be up to castle first, so Mongols versus Portuguese. If this goes late, I do have to like Mongols with Mangudai against the Portuguese. Should be as a wall map where the wall is capturable, but have to keep units there like a monument. Australian monks should be able to heal crocs. Does the map not become a wood game quite fast? I've not seen it become a wood game. You do have markets for trade, so I could see wood being the limiting resource here. But for the most part, it is a fight that goes through the middle before the wood runs out. And hello, Lily, how are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day as well. Wait, what are we waiting? Are we waiting? What's that crocodile? This is Beastchi. This is Beastchi. It's Michi, but with predators. So, horse collar castle age on the way. They use mango to cut through the crocodiles. They have to use units to cut through the crocodiles. These crocodiles actually are vicious and attack mangonels. So I have seen crocodiles attack and destroy siege equipment. So Castle Age for Lewis, he's a bit slower, but Terz will have a great build as the Mongols. They had extra food for the rhinos, so he is up right away. Only had to do one farm. Water Buffalo 2. He's doing bow saw. I'd even be tempted to do heavy plow before sowing more farms. But maybe that's a bit too greedy. Am I following the latest Twitter drama featuring Lewis? I don't know if I'd say it's featuring Lewis. He's so much just kind of an unfortunate situation all around. It's one of the hard things about doing tournaments. You need to try to balance a whole bunch of different factors, and I can understand everyone being upset. Are there multiple scripts of this? Played a 4v4 on this where they didn't attack siege? There probably are, Finhita. As I said, these are reskinned penguins, and the penguins are aggressive and attack siege. If the script just uses basic predators, then they wouldn't attack siege. If they're just basic, normally crocodiles don't. I don't know all the ins and outs of how this has been scripted or shared around. There were multiple versions, but not sure there was one created for more than 1v1. Yeah, we can research maybe. Tournaments that R-Base admins tend to be quite punctually done. Yep, R-Base and Petito, I think, did an amazing job with cartographers. I think the last thing I have to deal with, which is going much more smoothly than I anticipated even, is just getting all the payments out to players. Like I've been asking for invoices for the past couple weeks, and I'm still having players submit them. So I've been making payments and just hoping that it all goes through smoothly. I have so many different countries that players are in, and trying to figure out what's the way I can send payments with the least transaction fees of PayPal versus Wise transfers versus bank transfers. Wise has been amazing for facilitating that on my end, but I made so many transactions, it put a pause on my ability to make transactions, so I need to hopefully restart making the payments today. It even makes the minimap right. Well, the skeletons aren't the minimap. The minimap is the predators. Like if I put the camera there, you can see there are skeletons outside the camera box, but they don't show up on the minimap. The crocodiles are what makes the minimap right. Why so many skeletons in the middle? Oh, it's the crocs. Does this explain why? Does this explain why the crocodiles are the answer? Crocodiles munched through the humans, yes. If not... Yeah, I guess the number of animals lags PCs if they have too many. Where do you think Leary and Hart are moving to? Are they moving? And oh, you mean in terms of their teams? I was like, are they physically moving? Like, are they gonna like move in together? play lands back to back in the same room? I have no idea. Maybe they'll start their own team. Who knows? Seems a really safe place. We should take our vacation here. And should we host our next LAN right in the middle? Whoever survives gets the prize. This is indeed like Michi, but with beasts. So just is booming up. Mongols, Portuguese. As they boom, no one's going for some type of attempt to push quickly through the middle. Every time I've seen that, it has failed. And now the question is, what do you do if you're Portuguese against Mangudai Siege Onager? Is Arb Cannon capable of dealing with that? I would think no, but I'm willing to be surprised. Some good walls from Terz. Are Magyars highly contested here? So the problem with the Magyars here, as someone explained earlier, is that your villagers, it's like the wall on the wall. You can't right-click and attack it. You cannot right-click and attack the crocodiles. You can only retaliate if you get attacked. So your Magyar villagers do one hit and kill the predators, but they always have to be the second one attacking. They have to get nibbled and then retaliate. You can't just right-click them. So Magyars, I mean, they're interesting, but they're not the amazing civ you'd think. Yeah, you'd need a monk to heal them. Yeah, Huggy figured that out. You drowned so others could swim. You see some players pushing through with Archer's Expo. I have seen that, but it has not worked out. Every time I've seen it, it's failed. So 4 TC boom for Terz, and he is starting to add in a market on the edge of the map. Can we blame Nilly for that? No, we cannot. He was not involved in that in the slightest. That was not a World's Edge event. So the smart thing is to do your markets on the same side as this market, and then one market over here, and then you train your trade carts here and task them to this market, and they auto navigate to the farthest market, so you save half a trip. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Finita. It does feel good for Terz with the Civ matchup. You go Mangudai, Drill, SO. The only real thing that Portuguese can do against Arb, I feel, would be, I mean against Mangudai, would be Arb Skirmisher. Yeah, and we see how normally predators don't attack monks, but these ones do. And egg in a sack. Thank you very much for the follow. Always a good idea. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Have an extra sack to carry some spares. And now we see Scout being healed by the monk. So every kill of the predators will show up in your KD. You don't get any score for it, but it will inflate your kill count. So it's not very pacifist. Victoria will take long to pay off. Doing markets in the corner. I mean, Fatoria doesn't even pay off if you have trade, right? Like, trade is just strictly better than a Fatoria until market prices become absolutely insane. Oh gosh, what if Lewis never does murder holes and the Crocs destroy the castle? Eventually you do have to buy wood, that's true, eventually. I'm getting Discord messaged. What's going on? Yep, right, 200. Castle is up, and crocodiles are still fighting the monks. As a Florida man, would T90 be broken here? Well, Florida has gators, right? Not crocodiles? So I don't know if he's familiar with this. Oh, look at him go! Look at him go! Oh, that healing scout. Working guns. There they go. Is Terz just going 5-head steppies? I hope he's not going steppies. I hope he's going Mangadai. Yeah, he's going Mangadai. He's going, but don't worry, he's doing Mangadai. He knows how to play Mongols. Terz knows how to play Mongols. Would Robo be broken here? Robo spells his name with a little r, but I'm sure he'd be familiar with all the predators. There are some crocs in the far south. Okay. I don't know if T90's in the far south, but he is kind of close to the Miami area, so it is pretty south. Am I sure? Oh no, he's going steppies. Why are you going steppies against the Portuguese? They'll just go Arab and kill the steppies. Yeah, the skin of the predators can be random, but the stats are always the same. Yeah, they're on defensive stance, so you can't just lure them out. Oh, look, he's making a break for it. He's making a break for it. And he's trying to get through and scout. Oh, he's gonna get the monk. All those crocodiles in pursuit, and all the poor monk. He doesn't commit to it though. Oh, if that scout gets converted. Oh, the quick wall, not there. Scout runs into the TC, and he dies. One heck of an adventure just to end up dying. AI search says there are American crocodiles in South Florida. Let's go. Alright, so we will have Arquebus in for Lewis. Two-man saw crop rotation. He's getting ready for the long game. Crop rotation in a 1v1. It's either a complete waste or an incredibly valuable tech. What is Lewis doing? He's killing crocodiles. He's sending Vills forwards. You want bombard towers in the middle? I mean, croc rotation, of course. Croc rotation. I'm selling wood. I also gotta hope that... I'm tempted, like, maybe I should just restart Capture Age every so often on this map. We'll lose stats, but that way it doesn't, like, crash, maybe. He's going Bombard Tower, Elite Organ Gun. I'm still worried about the Steppe Lancers. I feel like all Terz needs is an army of Mangadai. Gators inland freshwater, crocs and saltwater. Okay, ooh, I'm learning some facts now. Some animal facts. Alright, and then the Mangadai would counter the bombard cannons too. Well, I guess Steppe is maybe better in the presence of bombard towers than Mangadai would be. But that's just if you're going to stand under them and fight. Maybe Mangadai have more mobility and can dodge. And drill siege ram. Drill siege ram would be good, right? Because the organ guns don't even do that much against them. I think organ guns still kill rams over time, but it's not the fastest process. Not like they're Mangudai. Victorias? You have trade on this map, so I doubt we're going to see Victorias until wood starts to run out, if we get to that stage. Yeah, I was expecting to see Mangudai and drill siege onagers, but now the castle goes down. And Terz is still dancing back and forth with the steppies. And steppies could die to organ guns, honestly. Like, organ gun cannon? Oh, drill, did he not get drill? Drill was denied? Oh. Nomads was denied too. We're gonna lose houses and lose pop space now. So there's the onager, but onagers without drill are going to struggle against arquebus bombard cannons. And I think Lewis is doing it. Organ guns going down. That is a lot of cannons indeed. Cannons pushed around, cannons in the towers. GC goes down. Yeah, he missed a window, right? He missed the early window where he probably should have taken a fight. And there you go, now we have drill. Okay, drill, but no siege onager. He does not have the eco for siege onager. And Lewis up by 5k res collected. Onager hits the organ gun. He's almost pop capped, right? Like, where is he? He has 70 step lancers. Where are all of them? Got 32 there. Oh, wait, never mind. He's going forward and trying to raid. Okay, he went forward, but Lewis is adding in castles at home. He's been raiding for a bit. Okay, he has been raiding, but Lewis is at 200 pop still. I feel like Lewis isn't really taking damage from this. Maybe he'll lose some vills now? These are walled out, so these steppies still are walled out. Why Lewis wasn't walled behind this is just a mistake. The steppies here will die over time to the castle, right? He had 70, now he's at 50. Oh, while that was happening, he lost a few steppies at the front. There's no way Terz can ever take a fight now. He has so much population forward. If he had 80 step lancers fighting here, he probably would have won. But now, the organs just decimate anything that comes near them. Yeah, Ferrari rams are nice, but not when there are 13 bombard cannons to snipe them off. Oh, this looks like Terz is in a bad spot. I think so. The raid, yeah, the raid. I mean, I was looking for him to take a fight. I mean, oh, even bombard cannons in the rear. Like, he can pick reinforcements here. That'll be nice for him. So he'll stem the tide a bit. But Lewis is forward. He just make workshops and reinforce from here soon. And again, another massacre as he charges headfirst into organ guns with a unit that does not have much pierce armor. Pierce armor matters here, right? It's pierce attack? Yes. And no point killing trade if you lose your base. He's gonna lose his trade. Ram goes down. We have the speedy Ferrari capped rams. There's the GG. So Lewis takes it 3-0, and a bit surprising to see that matchup from Terz. You like look at that military population, like 79 to 47. He was consistently ahead in population, but just never could quite find a way to take a fight. And then all of a sudden he did, and he lost everything. He was fighting in multiple locations at once, and it took an even numbered fight against the organ guns that he just lost while trying to raid. And the raids didn't do much damage. Alright, investigate the pig meat. Alright, investigate the pig meat. So that is what we want to do now. Alright, okay. So there will be another set coming up next, but real quick. we're gonna hop over. I'm just gonna hop this scenario editor, and we saw that a demo ship had, let me just swap over to the game, had potentially destroyed the meat on a boar. So we're gonna check this out. Give me a second. So let's see, I guess I'll need 2 players for this. Player 2, you can be in a mobile AI. What's a good demo ship? Save the Chinese, they don't have their bonus anymore. Oh well. They'll be Feudal Age. And then player 1, you'll be, I don't know. Byzantine, sure. Actually, you'll be Goths. We'll kill the boar fast. Alright, Goths. Terrain, some water. And then player 2, give you a few houses. Pop space. Maybe a TC in case you want vills, then we'll give you a dock. And then just some outposts so we got vision everywhere. And then player 1 will give you outposts 2. And villagers here. Pop down a bunch of vills. You can get a TC as well, just in case we want stuff from you. Then some houses. And then units, Gaia, some boars. Right near here. Yeah, some boars along the coast. Let me spread this out a bit. Alright, and then player 2 can have a couple of demo rafts. Save this demo boar experiment. And we'll test this out. And is game 2. Alright. So we'll just shoot that boar, right? Goths, a couple of boars there. And swap to this player. And what happens when we demo these villagers? Does the boar get removed? It does! It does get removed! Okay, demo ships remove boars. It does get removed. Alright, we learned something, chat. We learned something. Demo ships remove boars. Make the meat. Does that mean mangoes kill the meat from boars? Okay, we're Goths. We'll do that again, right? So I'm not even gonna have any vills on it, right? Just no vills. Just pure demo. What if we just delete the demo on top, right? There's clearly meat on it. Clearly there's meat. And then we delete the demo, and no more boar. Alright, demos remove boars. Now make maps with this element as a strat now. Petards. Alright, we'll get to the next game in a second. First, just... I don't think I can change the meat level in the scenario editor. Alright, so let's just add some maybe petards. There you go, petards, and then saboteurs. Oh, those are heroes, right? Saboteurs. Yep. And then someone also said mangonels. Alright. Flaming camel. Flaming camel. Alright. The Jerchin hunt. Okay. So kill the boar. Oh. Hello, AI? Oh, where are you going, AI? No, bad. You should be immobile. Alright. So first thing we'll try is the flaming camel. Flaming AI. Stop. No tack stance. So meat there, deleted. Flaming camel removes the meat. Alright, okay. So once again, we'll kill a boar. And then we'll get a petard. Try the petard. You walk over there. A meat on it. Delete. No more meat. Alright, okay. Vills kill that boar. Alright, Saboteur, our cheat unit. 2 smithereens, our hero. Delete you. No more meat left. Alright, and then someone wanted the mangonel. Okay, mangonel. Ooh, the mangonel does it too. Mangonel does it too. Yeah, clearly there's meat there. The mangonel. Too close. No more meat. What? You want to try grenadiers? All right, let's just try a few grenadiers. All right, and hold on. New effect. Change object stance. Player 2. No attack stance. All right. If it's living, then it's a military unit that kills the boar, right? So then it won't have any food. Now, can the grenadiers... These guys can't attack around, right? Yeah, they can't. But what if they just kill a villager who's right there gathering from it? Oh, you poor villager, I'm sorry. Oh, that does remove the food from it. That does. Okay. You learned something new. Okay. Well, grenadiers, they do remove the food. Alright, well, we've learned stuff, chat. Is this new, though? Oh, do I have to go check AoC? We can check that. We can check... Okay, before the next game, we'll go check... Give me a moment. I'll check, Here we go. Yeah, but this is when it's already dead, right? This is when it's already dead. Give me a moment. See if OBS will pick this up. This might mess up my resolution. Alright, hold on. Let's just do a display capture, I guess. Yeah, chat, you guys might be missed for a moment. Alright, so check this out. Let's just do the same thing we had done. Thanks Scripter for the user patch, so this is nice and easy for us. A villager is over here. Once more we shall be Goths. Player 2 doesn't really matter. Player 2, give you some vills so you don't resign. And then give you a demo ship. And then player 1, wild boar. Or Gaia player, wild boar. Wild boar. Oh, yeah, they're harder to place. They need a 1 tile gap there. Alright. Right. Let's just test this. The name that pops up when I launch AoC? What do you mean? Iron boars. I'm pretty sure anything with food will be like this. Okay. So you get that boar. And then, okay. So there's food on that. We'll send the demo over. And clearly there's food there. Delete the demo. And no more food. Okay, so that's the behavior since AoC. You can look how clear those graphics are. We see this decaying. So yeah, same behavior since AoC. All right. So we've answered a question. Time to break out AOK. All right. There we are, back to wherever we're going. Heaven and Hell, is our next set. I don't even know what the score is. It is, I can get rid of this. These aren't the correct drafts. And this was Wean Dinchester and TaToH and Wean Dinchester, was that? No, TaToH's the other tournament. I'm completely lost without the dashboard. is Ciskhan versus Wean Dinchester. All right, and Ciskhan is up 1-0, it looks like. Does it destroy fish? No, it does not. That, I think we'd know. All right, so how do I find this match now? Is it, maybe the dashboard is up now? Nope, invalid SSL certificate still. So I have to attempt to find this using the in-game search tools. Or actually, there's probably something else I can use. There's like AoE2 lobby. Yeah, AoE2lobby.com. And if I search for Wean Dinchester, that doesn't show anything. Maybe this is just lobbies and not in-progress games? Oh, spectate tab. Oh yes, it works. How do I spectate? Watch. Allow that to open the link. And we're good. I need to update the title of the stream. So, update that. And update my YouTube title as well. Alright, I think we're good now. Everything's updated. So it's Houseboat. Ciskhan also won game number 1, and it is the oil spill version of Houseboat to make it look more hellish. Does Drazina infantry? Oh gosh, maybe cataphracts with logistica, elephants, siege rams. We gotta check. Where did I get the background save screen in between the matches? I made that myself. Made it myself. And there's a bunch of clips I took from the Terra Nova duos. At some point, I'm gonna, I think, redo it. I think that the slight blur I apply to it might be something I want to change, because sometimes I just have that screen displayed without a menu in front of it, and that's kind of maybe distracting to some people. So at some point I'll get some new fancy things. Maybe I'll even do like a scenario contest where people can submit backgrounds. So we'll have to check Drazina Cataphract with legit. Oh, look at this speed up. Capture rate struggling a bit. So what do we had? The forward docks from Wean Dinchester, some defense from Ciskhan. Wean Dinchester has the score lead. Is it a video? Yes, it is a video. It is a video. It's just I recorded some gameplay footage, edited it to a video, looped the video in the background. It's like a 15-minute video of 30-second clips. Alright, so res collected, pretty similar, Vil count's pretty similar, and the forward has been cleaned, and we might actually get a competitive game of Houseboat here. Ciskhan, Portuguese Dravidians. Ciskhan probably is the higher level player than Wean Dinchester. And now he's gonna go for the forward docks, so Skirmore, every game's a Skirmore. And I think we are caught up to live time, and there we are, fire ships on the way. And careening on the way too for Ciskhan. Just discovered a guy making paintings in the editor. Those fish traps. Is this Wean Dinchester or is this T90? What is this economy? You don't put fish traps like that. Oh no. I guess he's maybe trying to avoid the oil from the oil spill. It is a different player, yes, it is a completely different player. The scrim's going down, these docks getting fire shipped, and Wean Dinchester now with a good score lead because of his fishing ships. Now, we can make fun of the fish traps all we want, but he is having a nice eco lead because of them. Seems all units are Castle Age plus except the rafts, even if this is how things have always been. Boars on shorelines being hit by demos is rare, and Castle Age boars are rare / eaten fast. Yeah, it's not something that's going to affect the game. But it's a nice experiment for us, and I will make a video about that now for YouTube. That was a wonderful thing for us to discover.
City.
Better from Hager Random. And forward castle now from Ciskhan. Now, scores are a bit evened now. Now, this is where you get worried Ciskhan can go imp and treb, but Wean Dinchester will be imp first himself. And then, I mean, options for cannon galleons take out this castle right away. He still controls his own water. And this could be a big investment if Ciskhan goes for the Castle Age castle, doesn't click up to imp, and just loses the castle of cannon galleons. Now, he will likely dock in front of this and try to go fires. So maybe the answer is just going to be trebuchets, but Wean Dinchester already has this castle of his own in the back. We'll have Imperial Age on the way. An Italian? Ooh, this is the not Italian. This is the Portuguese castle. The Italians, I think, maintained the previous Mediterranean castle. And this is the new Portuguese one. It's pretty cool, but I think I don't know, it's a bit too white and shiny compared to the rest of the color palette. One of those things that just like ever so slightly doesn't quite fit in with the rest of their buildings. Maybe if the rest of their buildings had a slight makeover too, then the castle would fit in more. Prepare the castle until the TC is dead. The castle doesn't hit the TC though. This is a long distance. And he's up to imp. But as soon as we have imp from Wean Dinchester, he'll go trebs, and he can even transport the trebs to this island, maybe. No forward docks for fires, and I think Wean Dinchester will be fine here. I think he just takes out this castle and lives. They're all mostly meant to align with the Wonder. That's true, but then how often do you see Wonders? Right, you don't always notice how the Wonder might be different than architectures. Made different to show power? I think they were just made different to try to get the styles different for every civ. How many does he have on the TC island? Right now, just 2. But there's chemistry on the way, bracer as well, and he's queuing trebuchets. So I think that's the play. And 1, get your vills here to repair. 2, get your trebs on the island 2 to treb this down. And, ooh, bracer is going to be denied in that blacksmith. And that's going to be rough, because the knights can get in now. He does have the score lead, but no bracer. And it's just going to be, he goes cannon galleons. Masonry on the way to protect the castle. And yeah, there he goes, transporting the treb. That's what he needs, trebs and villagers. He needs more vills, though. Those vills, you don't need that mill now, you got to protect the TC. So first treb deployed, another castle for Ciskhan. So Ciskhan's going to go all in for this treb push. More watchtowers? I don't think that's going to do anything. It's going to do absolutely nothing. What is that watchtower? And galleon on the way. And that's enough of a navy, maybe he can dare sit under castles to snipe trebs. But again, trebs have pierce armor, so galleys aren't going to do much damage to them. Fire ships, maybe, yes. Galleys, no. And that treb will be deployed to hit the TC. A second treb over now for Wean Dinchester, continuing to hit the castle. And now he needs to repair. He's bringing vills over to repair. Has a bit of extra HP on that TC now, probably did masonry. And now he needs to repair, and I think he needs more repair vills. Wean Dinchester, you gotta go now, you gotta repair. Alright, he's repairing. Treb's on the castle. And this Treb will have lots of repair vills on it. Fire's coming forward. They can't quite hit it, and that's one Treb down. Second Treb being taken out too, with the TC being repaired. That still has hit points on it. And both Trebs go down. A third Treb now deployed. And both castles trying to pump out Trebs as fast as they can. But here come the cannon galleons now. Here come the cannon galleons. They can sit well outside the range of the castles. And if you have the galleons in front absorbing castle fire, cannon galleons can even try to pick off Trebs too. That is now 4 cannon galleons and 2 Trebs. And it will be hard to repair this. Cannon galleons lost a bit of HP there. Trebs trying to... Oh, that's a mining camp shot. Thought I was hitting the cannon galleons for a second. This Treb not in range of the TC. I think he's going to survive. Does he know the villager trick? What do you mean the villager trick? You mean put the vills on the TC so that missed Treb shots that hit the vills get absorbed by the vills and don't hit the TC? Is that the villager trick? Is this sudden death? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is one castle down? And Wean Dinchester is holding. He's holding, and he'll take out the other castle. Okay, and he has survived. That's an investment into 2 forward castles that did not work out. And he still has this fist trap economy. So 69 to 71 vills. So that still is running smoothly for him. Another castle going up here. And okay, that is maybe a forward castle with Trebs on the field. But he will need to get some map control to get more golden stone. Maybe if the castle goes up, dangerous to go up with all the skirms nearby though. Vills might need to do some dancing. 90%. Ooh, this is going to be a close one. 3 vills left, 92%. More vills on the way, 95.25, 96, 97, 98, 99, and it goes up. It's on fire, but it is up. Immediately besieged by 3 trebuchets. That's not enough vills to repair, and it will go down right away. So, not a good castle from Wean Dinchester. Great Treb presence at the front from Ciskhan. Ciskhan cannot push that pond with all the cannon galleons on it. But if they sit there at like 200 cannon galleons like Regicide Rumble... No, that was Stone Please who did that last time, right? Unless there was a recent Regicide Rumble game that did that. Unless I didn't see the one. Did he do that yesterday? Was he in that houseboat game? There's cannon galleons on the pond for wonders I've learned is a play for houseboat. Yes, he did that yesterday. Oh boy, well he has practice then. You're right. I tried it yesterday. Did it work yesterday? That's the question, did it work? Well, Fatoria play, well 1 TC, add in Fatorias, all of a sudden you have a much better economy. And this will be 200 pop now for Ciskhan with 2 Fatorias. Oh, they couldn't win by a wonder this time? And confirmed did not work. Oh, we forgot a market. Yeah, you definitely need the market for that. And this tournament makes no sense. In Regicide Rumble, it made sense. Oh, okay, yeah. In Regicide Rumble, you do have the wonder. Still, okay. And yeah, you do want to be Spanish or Turks for that. I mean, Turks with artillery cannon galleons could be really nice. Because Turks, it's +2 range on the cannon galleons, right? So you get up to 15 range, And then the only thing that outranges you is a trebuchet, but you can kind of camp in the middle. A lot better in snipe. Elite, no, Elite has, oh, you're right, Elite has 17 range, these are just cannon galleons, +2 for Elite. Yeah, 17 range, so you actually are the same range as Trebs. The only thing that ranges you then would be TaToH Trebs. Yeah, you can't delete the TC for space in the middle here. That's definitely not a play on sudden death.
Yes.
Sec, sorry, phone for a sec 14. Okay, we're back. We're 14ing. And oh, one tile and needs to wall. The Cavaliers get in. No, didn't wall, and there they go. Oop, okay, a bit of a catch-up. You know, maybe the mouse cursor thing is cluing me in that the capture age crashes might be because I zoom out. And maybe I just need to make sure that I don't zoom out. Try to keep that in mind and just don't zoom out. There's a relic coming in for Wean Dinchester, based in the monastery. Let's see from my Discord messages. Got a bunch of wrecks. Good. So, house going down. Wean Dinchester still has a score lead. Huge, well, Vil count lead. Vil still will be more efficient than Vittoria's now that you're pop limited. Vittoria's more about the timing. And now he's pushing out with Trebs, and he should be able to besiege this castle no problem. Vils go over, they'll try to wall, keep it up. Or try to repair, keep it up. It is slightly on a hill. Arbs and skirms fighting the Cavaliers. Cannons need to be repaired. Ooh, they're going down. And cannons go down, but the Cavaliers all die to the Arbs there. And, ooh, nice fights on the trebuchets. Repairers come in. Will that be enough? No, that treb goes down. Elephant archers on the way out. But it will be skirms mixed in. So skirm Cavalier against skirm Elephant Archer. Repairers come in on the trebs. Offensive treb there from Ciskhan. Out of sync is a new issue since last... Out of sync on Arabia is a consistent issue, yes. That's a thing. Last time they updated Arabia back in April, that has become a thing. A lot of the map scripts were changed then, and lots of new bugs in them, unfortunately. Treb goes down. That castle stands, and I thought, wow, 3 castles, I'll take out or 3 Trebs, I'll take out the castle, no problem. But now, oh gosh, we're getting to the 5, 7 trebuchets. And now, Wean Dinchester has to be careful. That could potentially just 1 or 2 volleys? And 1 or 2 volleys destroys TC. Architecture on the way. All the map control for Ciskhan. So Vils have gone down. Population has dropped for Wean Dinchester. Population has dropped. He needs to load up on Dravidian skirms real quick, it looks like. They can build city walls. They can't build city walls. The skirm's getting flattened. And Cavaliers running around. More barracks going up on the side. Cavalier raids coming in. Wean Dinchester struggling a bit with those raids. Castle was dropped on his wall farther to the south. And elephant push on the right. See if that can break in anywhere. More walls to try to keep the Cavaliers out, but there is a hole. There's always a hole. And as the Cavaliers run in, an army is dispatched to deal with the Cavaliers. That's going to leave the front potentially open now to 8 trebuchets. Ooh, and that's going to be a risk, because there are a ton of cannon galleons for picking off trebs, but you still have to be effective at picking them off. You might just be able to camp there with the cannon galleons and stop trebs. There's a hole, there's a way. Okay, and here come the trebs. Cannon galleons have to get back, they have to stay safe. Skirms are scary. Cannon galleons trying to attack ground the trebs. Yeah, they can attack ground now. Did cannon galleons attack ground on that last Regicide Rumble? Like, not this time, but last time when Stone Please went for the cannon galleon camp? I don't know, maybe they could. I'm forgetting when that change was now. Alright, so cannon galleons picking off trebs. That's down to 6 trebs, but fights on the TC. Vil not there to repair, and I think this will do it? This is going to be close. 3 trebs left. The trebs are going down. Vil's not there to repair, and Ciskhan gets the snipe. 2-0 Ciskhan. 2 trebs left. Had enough trebs to tank the cannon galleons. GG. Did take the score lead by the end, had enough raids, got into the economy, Cavaliers hoovering all over. And GG. So that's 232 to 172. Economy 67,000. So slightly more eco for Wean Dinchester even, but Victoria has definitely helped Ciskhan even up that gap, despite the fish traps that Wean Dinchester had. Maybe he just needed the fish traps to be added in more efficiently. I haven't seen the draft for this, but I think that it is 2-0 Ciskhan. Let me see if I can find the draft somewhere. Hard to find the drafts when there's no dashboard either. SSL certificate still invalid. Are they still on AoE2CM by any chance? Yes, they are. Maps. And then the civs, Wean Dinchester indeed is on the left. Alright, so I don't know what civs they used on the first game, but that is at least Ciskhan winning Aussie Random and Houseboat. Houseboat, that was Dravidians losing to Portuguese. And I don't know what the first game was. I would take a guess it was Malay. I don't know what civ Wean Dinchester would have used for Aussie Random though. No Mongols. Let's look for Zawal. The next map is Zawal. It's a lovely map, Zawal. And here we are. To the southwest, we will have Ciskhan as the Blue Poles, and to the northeast, we will have Wean Dinchester as the Red Britons. Ooh, and a very interesting civ matchup, I think, Poles-Britons. Poles can get to a point where they're going cav in the late game, but missing the final armor upgrade. So if Britons get to a lot of arbs, I think Poles can struggle. But then you have to think, well, maybe Poles can just raid with cav before that point. Maybe they can raid before that point and do their damage then. So lots of stone that the Poles can go for a castle drop. You could just try to go, I don't know, do you have the eco to FC straight for Schlachta privileges? Or do you need a bit of a boom before that, despite how cheap the knights are? That's a good question. The scout cav, gonna find a tiger on the side. I'll have a back lumber camp there for Ciskhan. I imagine it'll just be archer play here from Wean Dinchester. He could go forward for a castle and longbows. Now the only problem with the longbow push would be if you could get like a mini boom into Schlachta privileges and then overwhelm the longbows with knight numbers in the castle age. If you just boom yourself, you're probably having the better late game, but opening yourself up to an early imp pressure. Yeah, it's an early raid, 6 to 8 knights. Well, that's the thing, right? You can maybe just defend yourself from an early raid. Zawal is such a tricky map to play with aggression versus imping. You need to maybe get some stats and see which approaches tend to have the best winning percentage. The stats over time could be a nice thing to collect. So House going up for Wean by the berries. Not going to be House, doing it in time. Getting his houses set up as a bit of a wall. Getting prepared in case that Schlachta privilege raid comes in. Once, twice with the TC. Gets it in a decent position. Sends more villas out to the berries. And what's he going to have? 3 on wood. 3 on wood. Britons also, remember, they have a nice boom if they go for 2 extra TCs because of their cheaper TCs. So you could have maybe 1 TC on a wood line over here, another one over here on the stone. House wall on the wall. Hello, Vanilla Donut. House wall on the wall. 1 wall's not enough. What are these? Oh, he's placing palisades on the tigers so he can remember where they are. That's a nice trick. So people, there used to be like a rumor that placing a palisade foundation like this would stop the animals from running off and attacking, but that was never a thing. In AoC, you actually could scout with this though, because you had vision when the foundations were placed, and you could see whether the animal moved off or not, and that gave you vision of them in the fog of war, but didn't actually stop the animal from moving. You remember Palisade scanning? I remember Palisade scanning, Dave Hun. Don't we all remember Palisade scanning? Palisade scanning and straggler laming with palisades? I remember that too. You play Black Forest, you'd see someone chopping their stragglers, and you just lame them. I remember those days. for YouTube and Twitch. You download your recs from AoC Zone. Getting vision from foundations was also... Yeah, that's silly, right? You would build it around your opponent's gold or stone mines to tell when they're going out to stone. Like, you want to know whether someone's, like, transitioning to go for a castle, you'd have your palisades there, and you'd see it. Or you just palisade scan and see if they had a mining camp. So 23 pop, 24 pop, both players going up to castle. Some more booms, one extra house there for the poles. I guess the full fart counts for that. That started BF, you can just place them to see how many vills you needed to send. Oh, that's true, because they would walk over your palisades, right? And then you could count how many vills. Or see how many vills. The blacksmith market going up for Wean Dinchester. And, well, good thing about having them in the back is if you're pushed, they're not going to get destroyed. But you're not going to have them as part of your wall like Ciskhan will have. Ciskhan's starting to make his second layer of the wall. And doesn't even have that much farther to go to the edge. But we'll have to contend with a couple of tigers were he to send vills out there. Alright, range mod making it too easy and unfair. Range mod definitely is a pretty big change, though. Now you know exactly where to place every single tower. And not that palisade scanning was a change. Not that that was a small change too, but now just you're tile perfect with every tower. Maybe Ciskhan is France's best hope? Maybe. So I still think they're maybe an Eddie comeback could be their hope. Jokingly. So Tiger trap with palisades. Wall goes to the edge. Both players up to castle. Oh, the lovely, lovely double mining camp by Ciskhan. On the gold and on the stone. Look at how lovely that is. A perfect mining camp. So now we shall have the castle. Tiger is taken. Taken out. Just one TC. Oh, they forgot to disable sudden death. Oh no. Oh no, they forgot to disable sudden death. That's why I instantly defeated the players and cartographers on the maps. if I noticed they did that, but they forgot to disable sudden death. And 14 minutes in, we will need to restart. Players gotta be playing, yes. Oh no, the horror. Forgetting to disable sudden death. Well, now they know it's gonna be Castle Drop versus Boom. Unless they change their strategy. That's a horrible thing to happen at that point on the wall. Yeah, so since we're restarting, I'm just gonna get an ad on Twitch so that we don't have a timer during the game itself. But, oh no. What is sudden death? Sudden death is you have one town center, and if you lose the town center, then you are defeated. It's kind of like regicide, but instead of a king, you have to keep your TC alive. And you are prevented from adding additional town centers. So what they did there, they were supposed to play a normal game, but they forgot to change the game mode from sudden death, which they played in the previous game. And they ended up getting to the point where Ciskhan went to add a TC, realized he couldn't, and then they discovered it was sudden death. So once more, we will attempt to spectate. Alright, so once more under the breach, dear friends. Alright, so Ciskhan, the blue Poles against Wean Dinchester as the red Britons on Zawal. And, well, last time they attempted to play this, we can say that it was boom from the Poles versus castle drop, probably for longbows, from the Britons. Will we see the same thing again? Will they try to throw a curveball, a slider, a changeup, a forkball? Who knows? Who knows if they're going to play mind games or go for the same thing? And hello, Danito. FC Obuk now. Fastball, vanilla donut. Saying to throw the fastball. Make him try to hit it. Oh, nice L-shaped berries there for the middle from Wean Dinchester. And oh, beautiful Ibex push. So back stone, back gold, that usually happens on this map. And I mean, 2 nice TC locations maybe from Ciskhan. But maybe want to chop wood somewhere else first. Like, ooh, here, that'd be an interesting wood line, kind of by the neutral wall. This wall down here always has a very interesting shape. How are the Mets doing? They got off to a really good start to the year, but then they've struggled the past month. It's still like sitting in like second place in the division, but it's they've hit some roadblocks. The offense is really struggling to hit with runners in scoring position. Does it guarantee equal land? No, it does not. I mean, it's close enough that it's never really gonna matter. You can have some inequalities if they don't matter, and this one really doesn't. Even this is walled. You don't have much control over how that wall curves. It's both players get a land positioned for them with a rather large base size to keep the forests away. And then there's a 1 tile avoidance distance between the lands to make the wall wiggle between them. So Vill's going out to the middle now there for Ciskhan. Or not to the middle, to the full of arc. I'll have 4 on wood chopping these new lush bamboo forest trees, and he'll start house walling his way towards the edge, going for his second layer of Zawal. Once more building that wall. So 3 relics each side, your secondary golds and stones are all forward. And you have 2 golds and 1 stone that are forward on each side. The golds are right next to each other there. For Ciskhan. So could be convenient to TC both of them, or risky if they both get denied. TC over here between the wood and the gold could also be nice at some point, but it is kind of far forward. Broccoli trees for the lush bamboo. Pandas would find that yummy. And boar being lured from the front. What is that? The red crown crane, one of the new birds added in the April patch. Oh, look at that palisade masterpiece from Ciskhan. Poles no answer for longbows. Well, their answer is timing and numbers to longbows. But as we saw last time, that was the play. Forward castle drop from Wean Dinchester, likely going longbows. It's Gaia is the answer. All the tigers killing the forward Castlevilles from Wean Dinchester. Wouldn't be the first time a predator ended a game in this tournament. But I think you'll be aware of that. I don't think you'll fall victim. And ooh, 2 mining camps. So not gonna have a nice double mining camp. Has to do 2. feudal age there on the way from Wean, Dinchester.
Grayton?
Oh, do players... Oh, no, it's Sky. That's what you were saying. Do the players get attack notification when the opponent starts hitting the wall? No, they do not. No, they do not. So it is completely secret if you're out of your opponent's vision and you go for petards or rams or break through the wall. You can have very hidden sneak attacks.
Ready.
And Vils can't attack the wall. They only repair it. And it doesn't cost any stone to repair it. It's free to repair. But Vils repair. They can't attack. So it makes tower rushing usually not a viable strat because your Vils can't attack. They can be in the tower and the tower destroy the wall, but that takes a bit longer. And also this wall remains in the feudal age, so 1080 hit points, and I think 1 petard is all that's needed to break through it. And that's true throughout the entire game. Is it explored? No, it's not explored. It's not explored. Standard map. So this time the market and blacksmith will be part of the second Zawal for Wean Dinchester. Now it's going up for Ciskhan. We'll see if he does a market over here. And this time he's on stone. So only mining stone, not going for gold. Didn't see if he did that last time. There's Ciskhan up to feudal. And market blacksmith. Okay, so there's his next layer of Zawal. Pretty far in front of the stone, gives him a good bit of breathing room, and can go straight to the TC. Kuman's feudal siege into instant castle age siege tower. Well, what would be the point of the castle age siege tower if you can ram through in feudal? It'd just be feudal siege into, I don't know, feudal push. There's Castle Age on the way from both, but faster from Wean Dinchester, who were... Ooh, only 1 Vil on stone. Maybe a different approach this time. Maybe a different approach. Let's see enough Siege Tower play. So have the approaches of the players just swapped? Heavy stone from Ciskhan, but the Poles are not going to Obuk rush the Britons, I'm pretty sure. So is it Wean Dinchester who's going to boom? I mean, TC there, and boom. You can sneak along the trees. Sometimes we have seen Chimera farms be added back there. That's kind of cute. Okay, second TC wants a thicker wood line. Okay, so TC stone and wood. Already has a mining camp on the gold, so not going to worry about the gold. Oh, and he's Britons. He's going to go 1, 2, 3 TC. So 4 TC boom right away from Wean Dinchester. Ooh, completely different approach than the first game. So he is throwing the change up, not going for the fastball. So this is his circle change. And 2 TCs from Ciskhan. Now you just got to keep an eye on the idle time and the Vil count. What matters is how many Vils you can pump out. And probably not going to go heavy plow, although I think you do want bow saw. So 3 TCs. And Scout going to wait along the walls as another Scout runs over. There's Ciskhan selling 100 stone. And Another TC going up for Wean Dinchester. Oh, wait a minute. Did they not lock teams? Because we have the ally diplomacy button here. Oh no, they didn't lock the teams or pick the teams or something. This is Capture Age thinks this is a free-for-all game. Free-for-all with 2 players. Well, settings at least are better than last time because it's not sudden death. Yeah, turn on Allied Victory right now. Yeah, they won't notice that while playing though. It's just gameplay-wise, it's fine. Maybe they can ally with the Gaia. Maybe. Get animal vision. Get the Gaia player vision. That would, I mean, the walls would give you a great line of sight for enemy players going to castle the walls. So I mean, Ciskhan knows that this is a boom. And then if you're the Poles, I still feel like late game, you don't really have an answer to longbows. When Dinchester gets full pop longbow, if they're fully upgraded, then what do? Allied Victory, both will advance. With Allied Victory, I mean, Ciskhan needs 1 more win to advance, right? I think that would be 3-1 he'd win, technically? Oh, I don't know. I'm just making up a scoring system. That's how you run tournaments, right? You make stuff up as you go. They both advanced. They played shared control in the future. It's what the points would be 2.5 to 0.5. And then Wean Dinchester can win the next 2 games, and it's 2.5 to 2.5, and they both advance and have to co-op in future rounds. I think that's how it works. There are more houses in the back. I don't know why he's doing them there and not finishing his wall. I guess he is finishing the wall. Maybe just worried about timing. As a clown host strategy. Yeah, I do want to go through some map scripts in the future, and when I do them for tournaments, I'm going to keep doing what I did for cartographers. Either defeating players if they don't get the settings right, or kind of auto-correcting the settings. Like, they don't pick teams, I still put them in the right spots or colors properly. Or, you know, if they don't select sudden death, we can do sudden death ourselves. I don't think you can disable sudden death, but we can probably set it ourselves. Or if they pick the wrong map size, I'll use override map size to get the right size. Stuff like that, just to minimize the... to make errors as readily apparent as possible, and then still minimize the number of restarts. That Loomlessville quick-walling himself with a castle to stay safe from the tiger. And will he still survive? Yes, he will. Still some creative tiger defense there. So castle going up just at the time Wean Dinchester is adding a 5th TC. And this is how Wean Dinchester could lose if Schlachta Privileges comes in, and all of a sudden he does not have the army to defend this. And this is where I think he's going to need maybe 2 defensive castles in his eco and a lot of longbows. This is a risky TC. As where would I put the castles? Probably like here and here. Defend all your back TCs by the woodlines. Shared control tournament. That would be fun. 4v4 shared control. With crazy set on houseboat. Imagine like 2 TC houseboat, but 4-player co-op. Oh. Now that would be sick. Oh, okay, does this Vil have Loom? She does, she'll win that fight against the tiger. Oh, her friend's even gonna hop in the TC and help her out. How nice of them. Villagers helping each other out, that doesn't always happen. Scouts fighting. And, oh, Bloodlines is in for Ciskhan. but a monk comes over for a conversion. And scout goes down, though, for Wean Dinchester. Ville's coming forward, fighting a tiger. Monk still has the conversion. That hasn't broken. And this will be an insta if he gets there. Oh, he turns around. No. Oh, no. Wean Dinchester, you might have gotten an insta. Ooh, oh, the monk stopped. He could have been safe. So, castle going up for Wean Dinchester as he walls the rest of his base. And there's a university. And he's ready to click imp as soon as he has a building. So that'll probably be the castle or the university, whichever finishes first. And you go up, and what TC is imp in? Good, the safe back TC. How does it hold the conversion outside the line of sight? The conversion holds until the monk stops walking. If a unit leaves the line of sight, then, like, as long as you right-click the unit and make sure the monk is chasing it, the monk will continue chasing until the monk walks to the last spot he saw the unit. That's another thing I need a YouTube video about. You can have situations where the monk maintains a conversion for a long time, like if you're on arena and the monk is inside, and the unit runs outside, the monk will try to walk along the wall to path to the outside and get to the point where it last saw the unit. So you can maintain some really long conversions if you're paying attention. One of the nice aspects of Monk Micro. As long as the monk is walking, it maintains the conversion, and it's something that only you, as the monk player, can see. Because the other player, if they run outside the line of sight, they don't know what you've done with the monk. They can maybe see the monk walking back, but again, the range is so big that even just seeing the monk often puts you in range for an insta, and that's not walled. Is it? No, it's not walled. Oh, you can wall it behind the knight. One more tile of wall, the knight's plugging the hole. There's a hole on the other side, too. Ram push on the way. And it is the full Schlachter privileges push from Ciskhan, going for knights before Wean Dinchester has the longbow numbers he needs. And Schlachter privileged knights along with rams. This is what I was afraid of seeing. As now the knights are able to hoover around in the economy a bit. Mangonels for dealing with the rams, but TCs will have to deal with the knights. If he gets imp and can get bracer, then the longbow should be able to massacre the knights, but you still need to amass enough of them, as the knights will just keep pouring on in. However, the scores are very close, and that should be a jump ahead for Wean Dinchester once he gets up. But he's also fighting in the middle of his base, underneath some TCs, not under the castles. Knights going down, though, and immediately bracer and chemistry are clicked. Still will need elite longbow and yeoman, but bracer and chemistry immediately gets +2 attack while also getting more range. And then, was that just a conversion delete? Was that longbows hitting it? Maybe longbows. And forward castle there from Wean Dinchester. He wants to push. He needs to make sure that he has the chemistry first, I think. I'm sure he'll make the longbows much more powerful against the knights. Even with just bracer, the knights will start to melt. It's only 4 armor, 9 attack now. Then you get 10 with chemistry, and elite longbow will push it to 11. Yeah, it feels like it should be a win now. A win now for Wean Dinchester. He's held the initial push, gotten his castles up, and he can pump longbows. Castle up, shooting at the TC, shooting at the workshops. Those poor unconstructed mangonels may now never be finished. Skirms, oh boy, it's skirmisher time. But skirms that lack the final armor upgrade against longbows will probably just die. Micro the longbow as well, and it'll be safe. Maybe a bit risky to do this right underneath workshops in case an onager were to pop out and splatter the longbows, but feels safe for now at least. Did I finish the Cobra card? Yes, I did, Tiger Lord, I did. That's at the end of the video yesterday. And fail wall, nice emote. Wonderful emote you have there. Next up gotta be Photon Man. Now, next up's gotta be maybe a castle. Now imagine Winged Hussars, not without the final Pierce armor. I don't think they can. 26 longbows definitely could use more. Looks like it's just going to be Schlachta Cavaliers, Skirms, and Rams. So many castles to choose from. I feel either the Britain's castle or the Teuton's castle would be the ones to go with. And the alpaca one, that was the HD edition. That was one of those weird things they did with HD. Longbows chasing Rams. There's Schlachta privileges. Chemistry Bracer on the way for the Skirms. And see how effective the longbows are now. And the Knights don't have their final armor. And Cavaliers aren't going to fare much better. They'll have more hit points. And Halb on the way even from Wean Dinchester. So adding in a trash unit, his unit will be Halb's. And longbows just need to micro and not die to skirms. You can see how effective they are at picking off the skirms. All that lack of armor upgrade is going to come back to haunt the poles. There is Yeoman, that'll be more range for the longbows. It's not more attack too, is it? Let me double check that. Yeah, +1 range and +2 range for watchtowers. It's only range. Skirms also get it too, which is nice for the skirms. A +2 attack for the tower, not range. +1 range for archers and skirms, including longbows. And then +2 attack for towers. There's Warwolf on the way. So now the longbows get up to their 12... Okay, fully upgraded longbows, now 12 range, 11 attack. And skirms that have only 6 armor, longbows will still massacre. They don't want to get close and fight the skirms, but from range, they will win the fight. Give 2 more armor to the skirms, and things are different. The Werewolf Trebs will win Treb Wars against other Trebs. Splash damage will kill the Repairvilles. But Wean Dinchester might need to buy stone and repair. He's going to lose this castle if he doesn't repair. And Britons do not want to lose castles to Trebs, and they could just Werewolf down the Trebs. The Cavaliers mostly dying to the longbows. But that'll buy time for the Trebs to take out the castle from Ciskhan. And then Ciskhan can move the Trebs forward. Has some map presence. The thing with the poles is you gotta win cost effectively against a save with cheap units that'll take the KD losses and still come out on top. Oh, I totally read that as range. You're good, Finita. The longbow's pushing into the skirms. Onager? For Ciskhan? Okay. Yeah, I mean, Werewolf Trebs will take out the Trebs just fine. I feel like longbow Treb is all you actually need here. I mean, I could see him wanting even his own skirms to deal with skirms, but okay, Vill's going for the castle. That's not going to work. 39 HP on the castle. Ooh, could have like one-shot the castle with the longbows. Yeah, 46 longbows after he killed that first Vill. He could have destroyed the castle foundation. I have done that before. I've done that before, actually. with archers, I had a Cav archer. First Cav archer hit the Vill, placing a foundation. The rest of them destroyed the foundation. But there's the GG from Ciskhan. A good Civ matchup, I think, for Wean Dinchester. And had to play the match twice, but came out with a win that was nice. And yeah, big difference in imp timing since Ciskhan went for that castle push. GG, Britain's GOAT, Britain's strong. Got lucky with that. Well, got a good draft for the Civ matchup. And you know, Civs, you can even lose a Civ matchup sometimes, right? Like we saw Terz lose that Mongols-Portuguese game. So win with the Britons, And a loss with the polls. I still don't know what that first game save was because the dashboard's down. And hello, a hot cow. Alright. And we'll run to the bathroom real quick before this next game. And then we'll get into game number 4. Alright, is this Winchester? This is not Winchester, no. This is Wean Dinchester, a completely different person. It They're not related at all. So let's see, where is this next game? And it is Socotra. So I will pause right away and we'll watch this straight from the beginning. Alright, Socotra. Slow speed from the start. Okay, there we go. Alright, so Socotra will have Wean Dinchester as the red Khitans to the north, and Ciskhan as the blue Japanese to the south. So, Japanese cav archer potential here? I'll see the laming situation. Elephant lured in immediately from Ciskhan. His 5 ostriches are in a pretty safe spot. Pretty similar maps though. Elephant on the front though for Wean Dinchester. Oh, you can't lame that, Ciskhan. You can't lame that with the king of the scout there. You'd be blocked and killed by the elephant. Wisely, he decides against that. And Wean Dinchester needs to lure the elephant soon. Don't want to be lamed. That's a house. I thought that might have been a Vil going forward on the mini-map. And hello, LL on YouTube. Okay, now we have a Dark Age. We can speed this up slightly, get up to real time. No laming. Kings can push in the ostriches. That's a very royal task of them to perform. Guess it does make it a bit nicer on Socotra to be able to push that. Ooh, very back lumber camp for Wean Dinchester. And King just scouting ground for Ciskhan. Keep an eye on if the players have scouted their base and found everything. Yep, Ciskhan found the stone, found the gold. So he's found everything he needs. Forward stone there, that could be a problem. Although I imagine this will just be a skirmisher war from both. Forward golds, kind of, but... Okay, decent map for Wean Dinchester. Back gold there. Backish stone there. Can't control an ostrich, how can you control an empire? You can... If you're a king, you can hire people to control the ostriches for you. You always have to be careful with your king on this map too, garrisoning and ungarrisoning. Because you're reassigning villagers all the time. You put the king in the TC and he pops out. He could pop out into danger. This is indeed a regicide where the king does have to survive. So regicide Socotra is its own beast. House going up. Is the water dockable? No. No docking on Socotra here, separated by rocks from the outside. So range, and this will just be skirms most likely for Wean Dinchester, ranging behind the berries. Front berries can be tricky to deal with on this map. Militia not gonna dare diving the TC. Scouts will fight in the back, both up feudal. Again, they didn't set the teams. So I have double backs and men-at-arms on the way for Ciskhan. And Scout will run forward. Ooh, okay, that could be tricky to deal with. No, actually no men-at-arms upgrade, just militia. So they will fight the Vils. Spear gonna come forward, keep the Scout away. Vils will fight. One of them is very low on HP. Scout will try to poke her down, and down she goes. Militia still fighting. That Spear trying to get in towards the Scout, being as annoying as it can be. One militia left. Only one Vil's gone down so far. The Scout goes down. And this was very disrupting Ultimately, shouldn't kill another villager. And it does, though, just in time. I feel like that villager probably should have just turned in fight and he would have been okay. But 2 vills killed. It's a good amount of damage there, at least. From the Drush. Hey, maybe Dinchester could have microed that just a bit better. And now it's pasture time. Pasture time. So far, the Japanese more res collected. And forward range for Skirm's forward tower to keep Wean Dinchester off of the berries. Pastures they are probably more efficient than berries. But all in all, you don't want to have to spend all that wood right away. Still think Men-at-Arms over Double-Bit Axe would have been better. The way that fight went, Men-at-Arms would have been absolutely devastating. And kind of just maybe a mistake from Wean Dinchester not to have 3 or so tiles of palisade walling that off. So more pastures in the back. And the problem with playing pastures like this is that he's not going to take the gold, but he can fit quite a few of them in the back of the TC still. Maybe one over there. And yep, you can fit a second one there. I probably would have put it there more, and then I think you could fit 3. There's another house. -4 vills, in fact. Oh, that's true. Idle TC of 2 vills worth of idle time, so -4 vills, actually. Skirms will try to hit that repair vill. They should ally and see what things they can accomplish working together. Hello, Pandu. So, oh, forward vill is gathering the berries. There's cheaper mills for the Japanese paying off. Now he's going to try to wall in front of the gold, and I'll give him more pasture space. And oh, there's the king. The ungarrison goes to the woodline, maybe? Should be safe in the back, at least. So squirrel numbers 8 to 10. It's a nice advantage for Ciskhan. I'll have to see how much those pastures pay off, because Wean Dinchester will need to finish his houses sometime so he doesn't get housed. Skirm's still running around. Skirms will try to fight this off. And tower! Okay, I like that tower from Ciskhan because it's going to take space away from the pastures. And right now, space is really what Wean Dinchester needs, finding a spot in the back for a pasture. Might need to delete the lumber camp, do another pasture, and rebuild the lumber camp. Just get as many vills on food as he can. Could remove houses over here and do more pastures. This one will be unusable with the tower. Second age AoE 1 houses. Yeah, maybe a little. I can kind of see that, yeah. Hey, watching nothing but skirms. Well, skirms and towers. We have not just skirms, we have a second building, if not unit. The 14 to 15 skirms, advantage at least slightly. Numbers for Wean Dinchester now. The market. So without gold, he'll need to maybe sell the stone to go up. And actually, all the golds near him will be covered by towers. This tower, yeah, this covers 2 golds, especially if Bodkin were to come in the next stage. This tower covers a gold. And Wean Dinchester will struggle for gold locations, I think. Oh, is Ciskhan playing Regicide Rumble today? Yeah, it's starting in about 90 minutes. Was invented by Hera? I mean, I think just it was probably its own thing. Right, you do a great food eco civ for skirms. And they both moved castle at around the same time. Wean Dinchester using the market first. And just about to click up. There he goes. Orville was behind and being pressured. Same res collected. Slightly behind, slightly behind. But yeah, it is close. He is first to castle by around half a villager's time. 90 seconds of idle TC time, though. Although Ciskhan has 56 seconds as well, so... idling a bit himself. Now the question is, how do you deal with the skirms? Do you go steppies? Yeah, seeing forging on the way, so that's probably the answer. It's double stable. Okay, building them kind of towards the back, alright. Yeah, that's true, their bonus doesn't show up in res collected. They have less res spent. Lots of bonuses like that were res spent. In total is saved. What does show up, though, is maybe the berries being taken in the food count. So Bloodlines and Armor from Ciskhan. Is he going to try to go double stable Knights, then, against double stable Step Lancers? I mean, if the Catan player notices that, they could just go for Camels. And those Camels will indeed benefit from the same melee attack upgrade being doubled. Bonus. No stone for the Catans. Who knows if they actually need stone, though. Camels with what gold? With the gold from the market. Okay, and that's a forward castle from Ciskhan. So I guess that's the question. How would Wean Dinchester make steppies? The answer is he's just gonna make scouts. But the Vills can't build or can't be stopped from a castle if they're small walled in. And Wean Dinchester really would like to wait for Lightcap to take a fight. Doesn't have any armor. There are skirms from the rear. That castle being abandoned. A couple of knights come out after the skirms. Lightcap gonna chase down the skirms. And now Ciskhan losing some of his own Vills. Ooh! The Vills escaping. Those Vills have some dance moves to escape from that. And Wean Dinchester's gonna call the GG, okay. He lost all of his skirms, doesn't have the eco to pump scouts behind this like he wants to, and he's gonna call the GG. They're just dead without gold? I guess that's the case, dead without gold. No gold over there, and like I pointed out, those two towers covering with Bodkin now, literally every single access to gold that Wean Dinchester possibly could have. So GG. And we're going to swap over and cast the AoC Arabia tournament now. Let me just double check the stats. 32 to 17 KD. I mean, better eco even for the Catans. And despite all the idling, look at those even resources collected. 1,000 gold, 700 stone. Ciskhan, a fan of round numbers today, it would seem. Alright, so let me just give him the win there. That'll be a win. Oh, we didn't get to see Arena, though. Pick Socotra. I'd love some Arena. And what was that? Oh, this is still the old... Wait. Oh, I didn't update the admin bands. Oh well, one with Japanese over Catans. You don't know what game one is. Hello, Wean Dinchester. First game was horrendous. We didn't see it though. That's okay. So we're gonna swap over for the AoC Arabia tournament. Let's see, what games do I have? We'll do ACCM versus Youpudding, I think, because TaToH might be streaming his point of view. So they both played at the same time. So ACCM versus Youpudding. AoC Classic 2025. This is the quarterfinals, I think, or the semifinals? Double check Wikipedia. This is the semifinals, so best of 5 semifinals. So we'll get all this stuff swapped over. The logo swapped. ACCM, and I just literally looked at the bracket and forgot it. This is Youpudding. Semifinals. I think I'll just grab the Rex and go right into it. This is which game 1? I'll just do all the Rex from ACCM's point of view. And let me just open my save game folder. I'll save them directly into there. Find ACCM here. Game 1 will be Arabia, perfect. So just hopping right into this. So again, congrats to give some love to Wean Dinchester in the chat. And let me just get this set up. Best of 5. This is AoC Arabia 2025. This is the semifinals, game number 1. So we'll have ACCM playing as the Blue Khmer, and Youpudding playing as the Red Romans. Okay, Khmer Romans on Arabia. Gates in front of the castle messed up with the ram pathing. That's always a good thing to pay attention to, right? Gates to mess up ram pathing. You'd think all rams just ram the gates, but the pathing can matter a lot. So right off the bat, Youpudding gonna go for the elephant lure, back elephant, but luring it in. Oh, this is deer Arabia, but the deer are the mouflons. The mouflons. They're just reskinned deer, but they're a bit smaller than the other predator, or not the predator, the other huntable animals, I think. A bit smaller than usual, the prey animals. He's a bigger chicken and mouflon mod. Bigger chickens, bigger mouflons. Bigger mouflons we definitely could do. I don't know about the chickens. I think chickens themselves are just a meme. I have a video about chickens I need to make. A save bonus that lets 2 vills work on a single farm. You mean like the pastures? I really, honestly, I don't like how the pastures work. I think it's really hard to tell if 2 vills both are working on it or not. And the mill in the middle kind of messes up pathing and makes your base very weird. I think keeping farms standard. is a good bonus. Is the right way to go. There was one bonus I saw an idea for that I thought was a really nice idea. Is to make farms 3x2, but make them rotatable like gates. And that way you could just do different puzzle pieces or different farm combinations in your base. Like maybe on the back, you place them long ways so you can fit more by the TC, but on the front you place them sideways so that they're more protected. Or maybe you do sideways all the way around and then more mills. Yeah, farm Tetris. Or make them look like Tetris pieces, but I think 3x2 and rotatable like gates would be fun. Didn't he also get famous a while ago, like Phosphoro for weird strats? He was the Sicilians' Don John Sargent player. Basically a Phosphoro strat with Sargents is what Youpudding had done. Got about half farms 2x2 with 50% food and 50% costs. So 2x2 farms was in the Realms mod. That has existed before. And it's also in the Civ Builder custom thing. There are mods that do it for DE. Sounds fun, the farm thing. Yeah, that was sometimes you read Reddit and you're like, oh no, these are ideas that are almost as bad as heroes. And then sometimes there are good ideas. There's some diamonds in the rough. And that was one of my favorite ones. 3x2 rotatable farms. So ACCM up first, Loom coming in for Youpudding. So this will be 19 pop no Loom versus 19 pop Loom. So a bit faster for ACCM. Khmer Romans could both open scouts or could both do something else. I'll keep an eye on whether they go for gold. So far, neither is. And also a reminder, I am streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to watch in 4K, that is an option on YouTube. And I know for some people that the YouTube player works better on your phone or your TV or wherever you're watching. So you have the option, whatever works better for you. Hydroponics research, unlocking 1x1 farms. 1x1 farms are fish traps. That already exists. We gotta do something new. And the triple underscore Viper. Thank you for the follow. The real Viper's on vacation now. Oop, okay. Loomed Vil, though. ACCM, don't like that. You're never going to kill a Loomed Vil in that situation. If the Vil were clearly downhill and unloomed, then yeah, you go for that, but not there. So double bit axe for both, ACCM sneaking in Horse Collar, and we'll finish that before doing any Khmer farms. It's your vacation Twitch account. Okay, okay. Farms going up around the TC. Rooftop gardens. 3 vills can work on the top of a castle and can't be attacked by melee units. Drop off like a pasture. I swear I've seen... Was that in one of those Among the Hidden videos? He had edited, like, farms on top of castles. I've definitely seen that before. I think it was an Among the Hidden video. That would be a cool late game thing. Have farms safe on the top of your castles. You could, like, put vills there. Yeah, those videos were great. The scout's going for the villager. Self-sustenance garrison villagers slowly generate resources. So it's kind of like you're trading population for safe villagers then. Will I make new pacifist campaigns? I'd like to. It's always just a matter of time. I have some ideas for them. But the classic AoC and AoK campaigns were, I think, the perfect setup for it. Not as interested in the new ones, but there are a couple of good campaigns in the new ones that I might do them for. Or I might even get creative with. I have some other ideas for pacifist ones too. Kestutis and Algerdas? I haven't played that campaign in a long time. So scouts running around. Maybe we got to do like HD on Fog the Lost. Was that what it was called? Whatever that one was called, the Magyar one. And thank you, Charlie Brancatelli or Brancatelli for the follow. So scouts and spear fighting, poking each other down here. Match. This is a wreck. Yes, this is a wreck. This was played earlier today simultaneously with the Heaven and Hell sets, so I'm trying to cast everything. There you going for wrecks. So Lion going for the spears. So scouts opening from both. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Slightly more res collected for the Romans. Don't know what's more efficient, Khmer Farms or the Roman 5% everything. That's an interesting question. Maybe this game will serve as a good comparison. As right now, slight lead for Youpudding. Such a long scenario and huge map and hard to pronounce name, at least for me. So scouts were running away. Going down. And Castle Age on the way for ACCM. So, Castle Age, much faster. And down in scout numbers though, so a couple additional scouts there for Youpudding. KD, he's even ahead. But ACCM, now that he's walled, he's just going to get Youpudding to chase him, and ACCM is going to enjoy being up to the Castle Age faster. So, walled with fewer scouts for a faster castle time, versus still walled, but more scouts with a slower Castle Age timing. And he might have slightly more eco, though, added in, but ACCM now pulling ahead in res collected. Will be up. What is Youpudding's team? I think he's on... oh, actually, I was going to say he might be on Taiwan, but I don't know. No idea what ANKR is. This is Youpudding's the first I've seen it. Maybe someone in the chat will know. I thought it was on Tag. Maybe Tag restructured a bit because they have a lot of new players with like MBL and TaToH and Wean now. In Corvat. That's a good pun. By Ankar, is that, should I know what Ankar is? So there's Castle Age 90 seconds ahead for ACCM. Youpudding has not done Bloodlines yet, ACCM has. It's a Taiwan esports team for the game of Age of Empires 2, founded by Paulson Chow in July 2024 from Wikipedia. Alright. YouTube chat with the answers. He's not yellow FCing. He's not the Sicilians. I mean, Youpudding himself is actually a really good player. He's like mid 2K. He's not just Sicilian masterpiece. He can do a bit more. But he is doing armor for the spears, and And with this advantage, ACCM will add in 2 more TCs. So he'll use his Castle Age timing, upgrade the Knights for Husbandry, so he can choose better when and when not to take fights and add in TCs. Seems to be the only active player on the roster. He's his own team. And now Youpudding also himself going for 2 TCs, but a bit slower, so ACCM should have a decent eco lead. And Youpudding will just wall up behind this, bring his spears over. Ooh, ACCM getting hit. This is the type of thing whenever I watch Hera games. Hera never takes those pokes. He's always active and runs his scouts away. But the few times I've played against him, you can feel that. You're like, oh yes, I'm finally gonna get a poke with my spear, then he runs and it's like, nope, no poke. So, walling from ACCM, both players house walling to keep the scouts out. And fight here, or maybe an army advantage for Youpudding. But now he has to be careful of the monks. Monks have not stopped their conversions and will swap to the pike. And their ACCM will stop and break the charge. Look for more conversions on the light cav on the other side as they keep running around. And ooh, Monk on the Hill has a weird capture age conversion line. Oh gosh. Imagine that capture age only tested their monk conversions on arena where there are no hills, and the lines spawn at the wrong location if they're on a hill. Little ouch, how you doing? So ACCM gonna try to use the lion just to interfere with the pikes a bit. Will it get close enough? Yes, it will. Pikes will have to take that out. Just a tiny bit of HP loss, no big deal. And he's going to turn and take off these pikemen as they're separated from the other ones. Maybe the lion actually causing some problems if the pikemen were out of position and dealing with the lion. ACCM going to try to take out 2 more pikemen. They do have 1 armor too. So pikemen 2 at a time he'll fight. 5, 6 at a time he won't. Will he go for 1? We'll go for 1 more. Ooh, that was weird. I feel like he wanted everything to fight 1 pikeman, but they split up. That was weird. Should they get a conversion bonus from on a hill? I think they shouldn't. I think they're fine. Although, to be fair, they do have a slight bonus, right? Because they take less damage, they get killed slower. So that is enough of a bonus, I think, for them. So Scout's going down. Isn't vision weaken with age? I mean, they're old and bald, but maybe they just self-select for people with good vision. Doubt blesses them with the gift of sight. To remove all the units except monks. That would be interesting. Conversion bonus if near relic. There used to be that bonus where, as ACCM is just amassing more light cav, and we'll start upgrading them before taking fights. Since monks and monks with relics are different units, there is a bug in the game that monks with relics didn't actually have the monk armor class. So you'd pick up a relic and suddenly be armored and not take any of the bonus damage from light cav. As light cav have plus 10 bonus against monks, but monks didn't have their armor class when they were carrying the relic. They have it now. They have 0 monk armor. But when they picked up the relic, they just didn't have the monk armor class in itself. And there. They want conversions. The light cav sniping the monks went down. Bills are forward for Youpudding. Youpudding's looking for a forward castle on ACCM's face. And he's going to try to take a big fight with pikemen. But too many scorps now for the Khmer. We'll try to get it on the gold and the woodline and kind of by the stone. But ACCM's going to win this fight and take out all the pikemen. That's a lot of pikemen that he's fighting, but he has enough light cav to do it. Didn't even go knights, went pure light cav with the Khmer. And light cav counter pikemen, I think so, and this is a doubt castle from Youpudding. Not down by that many vills, but down by 1k res collected, so I'm guessing that means Khmer farmers may be better than the Romans eco bonus. And hello Chicho, how you doing? So, you wanted the castle. This is the Scorpion matchup, Romans versus Khmer, but I think the Khmer, yeah, they're more expensive, but that range is just so incredibly powerful. Even until he's set 10 vills forward, well, yeah, now he's definitely fallen behind as he's down in villager numbers. Oh, he's just yellowing everyone at this point, but no, ACCM will block them all. And there's the GG. And ACCM takes game 1. What in the doubt? Well, he was thinking, well, I have a lot of pikemen. I'll use the pikemen against the light cav and get the castle forward before ACCM can get the scorpions out. But his timing there was off. So what is it going to be? Like right in the last 2 minutes or so, he would have been taking that fight, right? 25 minutes onwards. So similar military, he's thinking I have pikemen versus light cav, let's go. And then ACCM said no. So let's look at the eco graphs. And you are correct, right until he went up, it was like neck and neck to slight lead for ACCM, and then that separated with those vills going forward. ACCM had too many light cav. That he did. ACCM, yeah, feasting on that engagement. So let me just real quick do the scoreboard and get into the next game. I just gotta download this for my DMs. ACCM point of view game number 2. Save that into my save game folder. Already exists. How does that already exist? I'll download Youpudding's point of view then. Game 2 on Mediterranean, okay. Mediterranean. Soxy, hello Soxy. And that'll bring us to Mediterranean, GG. And hello Jace on YouTube. So deer being pushed in here from ACCM, getting in towards the town center. It'll be Mediterranean. This will be DE's Mediterranean, where, oop, I gotta remember, I can't zoom out too far in capture age. I think that's what causes the crashes. We'll have this lovely pile of, or body of water to the left of the map, but no water to the right of the map. In Mediterranean, Baltic tends to fill more of the map with water. Mediterranean, you have this land area. This will be a pretty aggressive map in between them. So Portuguese for ACCM, Wu for Youpudding. Wu, of course, the Gen Swordsman Civ. Maybe Organ Gun's a unit that can deal with the Gen Swordsman. Not many units that can, from what I've seen. Looking at the relic situation, I think definitely better for ACCM. 1, 2, 3 relics closer to him. 4 kind of competitive in the middle, and maybe only 1, still kind of far away, but closer to Youpudding. So basically 1 to 3 with a fight in the middle. What's the tournament about? Using maps that were in AoC. So no Bog Islands, Serengeti, Nile Delta, Zawal. No, unfortunately no Zawal, but none of that. Only maps from AoK and AoC. It's celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Conqueror's expansion. Mediterranean proceeds to be a lake. Yeah, no Gibraltar on Mediterranean. No passage into the Black Sea. No Suez Canal. But this is good old Mediterranean, what it's always been, right? The watery land, more water focused, but kind of hybrid map. Also, there are extra sheep, lots of extra sheep. So looking at ACCM's map, 1, 2, 3 gold piles all to the side and next to the edge of the map. That'll be kind of awkward for him. Thought it was the John Slow one. Nope, this is the... Oh, what did I say? AoC Arabia 2025? AoC Classic 2025. There we go. Well, the first game was Arabia, right? The scoreboard was correct for one game. The Boars taken here from Youpudding. And he's going to dock a bit farther from the water than ACCM, so his villa had to walk a bit more to dock. And hello, Cthulhu. Good morning. Ooh, working on Saturday. Hope you have a good day. A good AO weekend. Any prize pool? The prize pool is a little over $500 total. So this is, I think, a B tier event or a C tier event, one of those. But you know, ACCM signs up for like literally every tournament. I don't even know how ACCM finds out about them. I find out about these things after ACCM's already signed up. And Loom on the way for Youpudding. The prize pool will be paid out. I'm sure it will be, because it's played on time, and the host of the event is DMing me the rec, says they played this morning so I can cast all of them. So he seems to be very active and supportive. What elo is Red Youpudding? He's a... I don't know what his exact elo is, but he's usually like, I want to say 2K4-ish. He's probably most well known for being the originator of that Fast Castle Donjon push with the Sicilians, but he's also a really good player outside of that. He beat Dragonstar in the quarterfinals to advance here, so a pretty good win that he got. Even though he might not be as well known for that. A single show match is giving $500? Well, that's also how B-tier tournaments are run. However, $500 has very different meanings in different parts of the world, too. So, very far-fetched from that. Oh gosh, Youpudding. That is an awful dock location in terms of the fish distance. Still going to be up first, but man, he did... You can tell that in the res collected, that he did not get the fish he wanted. Oh, and also on YouTube, hello, Teovilo. How are you doing? Just saw the chat there. And okay, Youpudding gets okay, builds the palisade, keeps the ville safe. So double docks. I've seen both fires and galleys work on Mediterranean. And fire galley for Youpudding. Okay, he's going for fire galleys. ACCM only 2 fishing ships, so he did only 2 to be able to click up quickly. Same with Youpudding. The more fishing ships you do, of course, the better your eco, but the slower your uptiming. And oh, sheep from ACCM down there. Youpudding. Oh, did he lose sheep under the TC? Didn't he just have a ton of sheep under the TC? Did ACCM steal them? I think he stole them. Ooh, fire is too strong. Remember, Portuguese fires have more hit points. So I think they should win this matchup. So the Woo bonus is that they can do careening and age early, but I think that doesn't matter in fire versus fire. So maybe you go fires as the Woo as a counter to galleys, but I still think if you get enough galleys, you win. At least from what I've seen. But that was also Sumatra where I saw that. Maybe Mediterranean is a bit smaller and doesn't give you the time you need to micro that. You weak almost every weekend now. I believe you mean you work, but that is a wonderful typo. You week every weekend. And, ooh, okay, Demo running around. Demo going for the fire. And Youpudding getting his own demos out. Can he get a good demo on those fires? And fires will be fighting each other on the other side. And Scout here from ACCM goes down. Alright, Scout goes down. Maybe the sheep could be reclaimed. I think Youpudding, yeah, he got some of his sheep back. Alright, he got the sheep back. Only a 2 difference. 1 fishing ship difference. So even though Youpudding has lost the water so far, well, I mean, he hasn't really lost it, he's just holding. Probably didn't have the uptiming in early feudal advantage he wanted with that dock being so far from a fish. But he's still holding his own. Terz collected only 200 more for ACCM. And as long as ACCM doesn't have a ton of fishing ships, losing the water isn't that bad if you can then go castle and come back. ACCM has managed to wall off himself fully though, and now he'll be sending archers forward, and this is where Youpudding could struggle if the archers get in and he isn't walled or isn't prepared to deal with them. That's what you get from Mediterranean when archers are able to come forward. And also what makes it different from Baltic, it's harder to wall for the most part, and you have a bit more room for land aggression. Was buying broken cars, repairing and selling them for extra money in the 80s. I hope one of those included a Cobra car. So Vil goes down. And now ACCM. Well, good thing for Youpudding, he chopped this entire wood line just about, so he doesn't even need to run away from it. One less spot for ACCM to pressure, but he will be able to come over by that gold. Castle Age clicked, but Youpudding sold the stone, and that means he's not going to be able to do a defensive tower on the gold. We'll have to abandon the gold. And without the gold, that will basically mean he's not able to get back on the water with a quick fire ship upgrade. However, if he wants to just go GN Swordsman, that could be an option, maybe. He has more golds down there he could get to. He's going to need to go skirms on the way up to get some more map control, and then make some type of Castle Age transition. Youpudding ACCM took game 1. What do you mean? Did I update the scoreboard on the wrong side earlier? That's the problem with having 2 scoreboards. Sometimes I click the wrong button out of game. Okay, let me check this. No, I checked the right button earlier. And they didn't swap colors or anything. Well, I was giving all of chat pudding. I think you were told wrong. And you only get the pudding if Youpudding wins. So now the archers from ACCM are forward. No more wood for Youpudding. He's off of all the wood lines. He went double barracks Gen Swordsman, but has to use the market for them all. The poor villagers. The poor villagers. Well, the Gen Swordsman should be great at taking out the feudal archers, that's for sure. The score was 0-1 earlier. It still is 1-0. This is game 2. That's the Gen Swordsman not able to attack anything with the fire there. He goes down. I like the demo edition. There's a demo for dealing with the Gen Swordsman. And okay, forward workshop for a ram. You need a ranged unit to stop ACCM from rewalling though, and right now it's just Gen Swordsman and rams. So you will need a Scorpion and or a Mangonel if he actually does want to break through. Or a tower, that could work too with the forward vills. ACCM up to the Castle Age. The other side, I mean the players are in the same positions, the score is exactly the same thing. I'm trying to figure out if I updated a score wrong, but I don't think I did. So ram now being repaired by vills. Knights going for the ram, crossbows needing to right-click the ram. I mean right-click the vills behind the ram. They do so, and there's the GG from Youpudding, and ACCM goes up 2-0. With 21-5 KD. Much better eco. And the archer swap in late feudal helped him. I mean, did pretty much everything you wanted to do on Mediterranean. Win the water, go archers, disrupt the Castle Age transition, and did not have to get to the land point where he was playing archers against the Gen Swordsman. Although I think Portuguese, if they can go Organize, are probably still good at stopping that. I don't know, big transition though. Alright, so let me get the next rec. And I gotta check my Discord messages for this. Game 3, Youpudding point of view. Okay, let's hope this is the right rec. I will check. And Scandinavia, okay, another game, ACCM Youpudding. Let me just get this scoreboard updated too. That's 2-0 ACCM. Time for a reverse sweep. He got a tough task ahead of him against ACCM if he wants to pull a reverse sweep. But anything's possible. And let's get into this next game. And here we are on Scandinavia. This time the water did successfully go all the way down to the edge. So hooray for map generation. And let me just clear this UI I have over here. There we are. So Scandinavia, 3 boars, no berries, and lots of deer. Water on both sides, and the DE version has lots of cliffs and even a bit of ice here and there. These unbuildable ice patches. Kind of disruptive to your building placements. Can make it hard, for example, to get a mining camp on that gold. But Scandinavia, of course, one of the very classic maps. And we'll have a ton of deer over here. 8 deer. That's your deer patched. Twice the deer as a normal civ. And it'll be Byzantines for ACCM. Why Byzantines? Because you go fire galleys. And in these small narrow passages, you can go galleys, but that's a pretty big investment if you're kind of fighting on both sides. And usually the fire galleys win, just 1 because it's so narrow, and 2 because it's a smaller investment. And it's easier to control both sides, especially Byzantine fires. The Shu, though, from Youpudding are an amazing archer civ for team games, as we learned in Cartographers, I think. How do they hold up in a 1v1? They do generate food in addition to wood. And on the water, I don't think they actually have a bonus. I mean, they're a decent water civ because of that bonus. They can send more vills to wood. But no attack bonuses, really, to stand up to the Byzantines. So next boar on the way. I guess in some sense it is nice just to have a Dark Age eco bonus, though, to help you go up faster against the Byzantines. Because you really do need a speed advantage if you want to fight them, because in an even fight against their fires, you will lose. Whoever owns the North Water can get both right. Yeah, the relics on the islands of ice floating out there. And hello, HQ. The Lao Chan bonus for the shoot. Yeah, they do have the different siege ship. Like the Droman does not require chemistry. So no cannon galleons for either civs, both of them with a different type of fast imp siege ship. Fire ships less of an investment. Cost is the same, so maybe blacksmith. It's the blacksmith, really. It's 150 wood for a blacksmith, then another 100 food, 50 gold for fletching. So by the time you go for galleys, you really need to do fletching and around 5 galleys. Then you win really hard against fire galleys. But it takes a lot of time to get that to that stage. And you're not going to be in a situation where with fires, maybe you invest in 2 or 3 fires and then you're fighting on the water. And if you win the water, you don't need to invest anymore. Galleys, you really need to make a bigger continual investment into them. And it's a commitment to fighting on the water. Whereas fires, you can do a couple of them and then change to land a bit more smoothly. Galleys themselves are better at picking off fishing ships though. So you could sometimes just attempt to do 2 galleys and run around and destroy fishing ships. It takes 6 galley arrows to destroy a fishing ship. So that's 3 volleys or 2 volleys if you go for groups of 3 galleys. So you could do the low investment galley approach just by trying to snipe off fishing ships. But then you are in the long run sacrificing water and making a pretty big investment in galleys yourself to do it too. Now, this is a good set of walls, though, from Youpudding. Often what you'll want to see with the Byzantines is a forward dockville, docking about as close to the enemy dock as you can, so you can use your fires and disrupt their fish. And the closer you are, the better the timing is for the fires. But no sneak docks from either player so far. ACCM not walling. Is this the sneak villager? Okay, yeah, here's the forward ville going for the dock as he clicks up to feudal. And you will likely find that Youpudding already is walled. Will Youpudding see the villager? Random patches of land in the deep ocean so you can dock and continue efficient fishing? Well, that's what Scandinavia does if you want to transport out to the ice. But, you don't really see that. Is this walled? That is not walled there. That is open. Oh, Youpudding. Youpudding, there's a hole. There's always a hole. Oh, no. He's got to know it's not walled, right? Well, still doesn't see the dock. Now ACCM. Ooh, he could run into 2 wolves. He has seen the dock, and there's 1 wolf. He's just gonna make a zoo for the wolf. Yeah, there he goes. And thank you, Delta Repeater, for the follow. And build the dock. So that's something. I think wolves walk off of palisades in predictable directions. So you do the 2 top palisades first, get the wolf to the middle, and then you do the 2 bottoms, and the wolf will walk to the middle. If this is the last one you do. Not sure about that though. I'll need to examine that. I'm sure all the Black Forest players know that. So there's the forward dock from ACCM, and I don't see a forward ville from Youpudding. ACCM just going to continue walling up and look to wall maybe to the edge of the map. There's a huge set of walls. Even if he doesn't fully wall, that still means more distance for any attack to run around. Use the scout and bring the wolves into the Youpudding TC. Wolves don't attack scouts. You'd have to attack the wolves with the scout, and at that point they don't move to other targets until the scout dies, or they get trapped. So that is not something that works with wolves and scouts. You can do it with spears, though. There's the old spear rush, but it's only worth it if you get a lot of wolves. Hello, Zenith. Woo woo woo. That's the Yoda. There's the old Milmano video on YouTube if you find that, about when he got Jaguar rushed. That's a classic. Mark it up for Youpudding. Ooh, nice walls. This cat has to run around. Ooh, wall goes up. And as low HP Ville, quick walled out though, is ACCM Scout. And Youpudding using the market. selling, and he's gonna fast castle. All right, Youpudding walling and fast castling. No military. ACCM went for the dock, and that's gonna let him destroy the fishing ships. But he will then be against an opponent who fast castles and will be pressuring him on land. And we'll see how long it takes ACCM to click up after this. Doesn't have the worst eco. If he markets and clicks up, then he could be up fast, still hunting some deer. But importantly, he has undisrupted fish and 5 fishing ships. He needs to maybe spread them out a bit better so they don't bunch up on themselves. Maybe keep moving the docks down so that he has better efficiency. But he's now docked both sides, and he won't be too far away from castle himself. FC Expo Siege, I don't think it works well on hybrid maps. That could be the case, maybe from down here. The Huang-like push. And it especially is rough to pull off against Byzantines, who do have really good monks for converting the mangonels if you let them get to that point. Dashboard website dead? Yes, it is an invalid certificate. And for now it is dead. Oh, look at that wall. Wonderful wall from ACCM. Oh no, wall on his Ville onto a cliff with a scout. Scout doesn't have enough HP to win the fight though. It's gonna be a bit annoying to delay the walls. Scout won't win that fight. Castle Age on the way. And where are the Villes? They walled themselves in, just hiding out in the forest. That'll probably be a workshop now. And Ring Lord, thank you very much for the sub. I'll count for Partner Plus, so thank you. And double workshop, let's go. Yeah, you're not hitting the food eco on the water. One of the reasons I don't think tower rushes work all that well on hybrid maps, because all the food eco on the water is usually untouched. So the double workshops, 1 mangonel and 1 war chariot. Ooh. Casting is really cool, been enjoying it since Warlord's time. Well, thank you very much. So war chariot, focus fire mode is what it gets trained in. Okay. Flag out on the back of it. What is the war chariot? It's a scorpion replacement. That has like a bugged reload animation. Minus 13 eco is rough, that it is. Knights make short work of them. Mangonels make short work of them. So I imagine we just see a building to wall here, or some stone walls, then a mangonel defense from ACCM. You can probably even add in a TC behind that. Okay, so stone walls are up. Might lose a Ville or 2 while walling, but Byzantine stone walls, extra HP, extra sturdy. And there's the defensive workshop. He has economy on the water, so no qualms about foregoing some farm placement or some farming space for the placement of the workshop. And walls will go up. Mangonels do wreck. Wait. Mangonels wreck chariots so hard that Youpudding wrecks his own chariots with mangonels. Oh no. Just RG'd into his own war chariots. Well, now mangonel out from ACCM. And absolutely wrecks them. The thing is, the war chariots have the Hussite wagon armor in addition to the siege armor class. So war wagons do 80 damage to them, plus an additional 12 to siege. So some of that's negated by armor, but a total of 92 attack from different classes launched at these things that have 65 hit points. And yeah, mangonel defense looking good. Monks will come out. I think you need redemption to convert them. Maybe you don't because they're cav. Someone told me that answer in the Twitch chat the other day, and I forgot it. Oh gosh, mangonels wreck them. Oh, mangonels absolutely wreck them. And ACCM has both waters. So I think ACCM in a really good spot now. Yeah, right, that's a really narrow choke point to micro as well. So 47 eco to 35 too. Katie reminds you of your own games. Oh no. I mean, 6 deaths, 14 kills, not even that bad. You can see his 2 own kills in there. 14 kills, 16 deaths, 6 kills, 2 of them were his own. If you play all tech and select Shu, will War Chariot be affected by Bloodlines? I think so. Do you still get War Chariots if you play all techs though? Because yeah, you don't get Bloodlines yourself. They're affected by Husbandry. I think they are. I'm not 100% though on how Bloodlines is implemented. If it affects the cavalry class or if it affects individual units like Thumbring is implemented. I think it's the Cav class though. And Mangonel goes down again. ACCM defending and repairing. Sturdy Byzantine wall still holding. Redemption on the way so he can convert the Mangonels now. Gets another Mangonel kill there. Not much better micro from ACCM. Turns around, dodges the shot. And, ooh, doesn't quite get it, but gets some splash damage. Yeah, ACCM gets the second TC, right? And his Byzantines still has more gold to mine. He's almost going to get a kill. Oh, there's a hole. There's a hole the whole time. But you'll convert that War Chariot and be able to re-wall the hole. He's almost up to Imp his Byzantines too. Byzantines are never far from Imp. War Chariot needs to reload, and conversion is there. We queued a few vills. He's got 17 vills queued. Yeah, okay. Whenever he wants to cancel vills, he can just use the market and go up. He has the buildings for the monasteries and the workshop. Yeah, defensive save for good. Can monks heal them? Yes, they can heal them. Yes, they can. Yeah, just remember, units have the word class is used differently. There's attack and armor classes, but then units also have a unit class. So there's the GG. 3-0 for ACCM. Youpudding did a great series to get past Dragonstar, but not able to put up much of a fight against ACCM. Especially when he mangonels his own War Chariots. So had an FC plan with the Shu, didn't work out. ACCM won both waters. And GG there. Now we got one more set to cast today. This will be TaToH versus Chart. There's a 3-0 for ACCM. And, oh, thank you, Ray. Looks like we have the Rex. You sent me the Rex in my DMs. Let me just update my scoreboard. TaToH versus Chart. And update the title on both streams. TaToH versus Chart. So this will be our final set we cast today. And then I'll probably raid T90 for Regicide Rumble. So we have like between Twitch and YouTube 500 viewers, so thank you all for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the B tier events we're casting now, Heaven and Hell and AoC Classic. And hello Baros. Why don't you say hi, wave and hi? What are my teammates doing? How is this fair? Well, tournaments, you get the matchups you get. It's not necessarily always fair. How many Discord notifications do I have? Okay. Let me check game 1. This is TaToH or Chart's point of view, one of those. And game 1 will be on Nomad. Alright, once again, I'm just going to jump into it without looking at the drafts because my overlay is not properly set up. So, since I swapped it around for Heaven and Hell. When is the final? That's a good question. These games were just played today. So maybe the final is tomorrow? Which I think the final actually is tomorrow. Yep. So ACCM is our first finalist, and TaToH Chart will determine the other finalist. So TaToH probably a pretty heavy favorite in this matchup. But Charts had a good run himself, did win pretty convincingly against Margugu. Cav is convertible outright, yes. So War Chariot is convertible without redemption as far as I know. So it will be Nomad for game number 1. Both players TCing to the east. TaToH will be playing as the blue Spanish, Chart as the green Koreans. And, well, we'll see what TaToH can do. Nice boar right near his TC. I love how pretty the peach blossoms look. And he'll have a good set of gold and even deer to the back of the TC. Both docks and TC. Oh gosh, the docks are right next to each other. And honestly, horrible dock from Chart. There's no fish next to it. I feel like this new Nomad version in DE is often bereft of fish. And you can dock and have horrible fish. I'll have to fish over here, but that's just even better for TaToH. Oh wait, somehow the docks didn't see each other? Well, they might not know about each other. Chart definitely will scout TaToH. They'll know about that soon enough. So standard DE Nomad, standard 3 will start. And we'll check the TC. Ooh, they might not have even seen the TCs yet. Might be so close they don't scout each other for a while. So, I mean, Castle Drop War Wagons. I mean, stone. Where does TaToH take stone for Conquistadors? Back there, maybe? Chart at least has much more easily defendable gold. And honestly could wall over here somewhere? Wall maybe here over to the edge and kind of be safe and walled off. Just would have to struggle then for stone, but the stone back there. I mean, you could wall to the edge. Wall here-ish, wall to the middle. And be safe. There's a lake in the middle, but probably not going to dock that. No fishing ships yet from them. Maybe refine the Youpudding. Yeah, the Youpudding strategy was the Sicilian Donjon one. Oh, chickens! Oh gosh, nomads with chickens. Nomad with chickens for scouting. The horror. Oh, also this is landlocked Nomad. So you do have a landlocked down there. TaToH with the chicken will scout that and realize the land goes all the way to the edge. D's Nomad is random whether or not that happens, so you can't sail all the way around the outside. And Water Buffalo there for Chart. Hasn't scouted the landlock yet. Sometime he didn't even scout TaToH's dock. Was right there? Why did he not scout that dock? Just finding the first fish he could. Oh, Chart. Well, he's maybe we'll be threatened by the threat looming in the uncharted waters right off his dock. Oh, now TaToH moves the fishing ship over. TaToH will scout the dock, and with that chicken, Chart should scout that dock too. Okay, he does see the dock now. At least saw the dock before the Vil captured the chicken. Boar lured in by the TC over here. Vils will take it out. Chicken's still hoovering around on the side. Have a house going up there for TaToH. And loom on the way for Chart. Another house going up too. Get to Castle Age and make a broken unit, says Flu. Flu says don't bother fast feudal fighting on the water, just go castle and make the broken unit. Your castle, make the war wagon versus Conquistador. If you're Spanish, do you just FC for a castle and Inquisition and go missionaries? Must research bloodlines, though. That's true, that's true. And I guess the blacksmith armor, too, those apply to missionaries. Well, fish is gone from TaToH's dock. Maybe Chart has the better dock in the long run because he has 2 more fish that are accessible. And Jeep. How you doing, Jeep? Hope you are having a lovely, lovely start to your weekend. Good morning to you. And yeah, TaToH getting a second dock. He'll have some nice fish over there. So Feudal on the way first for TaToH as well. 23 pop up. Don't think he can FC looking at his food count off of this, especially with the lack of fish. So he will be just going for Feudal on the water. Koreans may be the better long-term water save than the Spanish, but they don't have demos, so that could hurt if TaToH with the close dock opens fires maybe. Doing better now with your voice in my ear holes. How about yourself? I'm having a pretty good day, Jeep, but the Spectator dashboard website has been down. So I've been needing to work around that. Otherwise, it's been a great day. I'm sure Happy Leaves will resolve that pretty soon. He's usually on top of fixing things. Yeah, you're right. They can't delete the Spanish boars. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever encountered this influenza. Maybe with a demo ship on the coast of Nomad. But if you delete an exploded demo ship or a petard, or you use a mangonel shot, something with an attack radius on a boar corpse, it removes all the food from it. Just like you would attack the actual animal with a land unit and killed it. You can attack the corpse with something that does splash damage and remove all the food from the corpse. You can spoil the food. Maybe if you're like, I don't know, on Nomad doing a mangonel push on a TC and there are boars underneath it, you can destroy the food on them. Maybe a Tatar TC if they're taking their sheep. So galley play from TaToH despite the players being so close. Fire galleys from Chart. But I guess in some sense they're not close because they've taken all the nearby fish and have to run their fish. So triple dock fires. And yeah, I think I probably even would have preferred galleys here. So TaToH, does he have a second dock? Well, yeah, okay, he does have a second dock. So 2 dock galleys. Once he gets fletching, he'll win the fights pretty hard once he gets enough galleys out. So Chart kind of on a timer to disrupt the fish and then disrupt the castle age timing. But 3 galleys out, and I feel like maybe TaToH's hit the spot that he needs. 4th galley out. He'll probably lose 1 to the fire, but that's okay as he keeps amassing more. We're gonna pull that to the back. Maybe could repair it. Block with the other galleys. Still no fletching, so the fire will be okay until fletching comes in. And barbecue the food. And the fire will try to run away, but not be successful in its attempted fleeing. And now, fishing ship's going to block the fire a bit. And 5 galleys for TaToH. Maybe even 6 galleys. At this point, he probably doesn't even need fletching. His fish have not been disrupted, and now Chart's just behind on water unless he gets fire ships. And so going for stone, TaToH will defend with the tower. Tower rush as the Koreans can always be an option. Remember, Koreans no longer have proper turtle ships, so getting to the castle age is not the advantage on the water it used to be. And especially without the lack of demos, they don't have a great way of countering fires. Yeah, that fires can be blocked too, even more so helps out the galleys. Especially if you pay attention to where the weak ones are. No barracks over here from Chart. Tower rush on the front, barracks in the rear. TaToH kind of walled on the rear though. He's gonna try to wall in the barracks. Well, the Ville walled in at least. Still amassing more galleys in a demo on water. Fire is going down. Ooh, nice demo hit. Galleys keeping the fire away. It seems like he's throwing a couple fires away for free. It kind of seems like that, but if there's ever a moment where you stop attacking and stop pressuring with the fires, then the galleys just can climb in number. So it's tricky that you got to keep attacking, even though it feels like it doesn't really get that much value. And, well, Vill's going through the wall, re-wall not in time, but TaToH is up to the castle age. So Chart getting a wall behind that just make it harder for TaToH to get a re-wall. Vills then will start taking out other Vills. They killed the turtles. Old turtles were better? Yes. 100%, 1000%. And attempted tower there. From Chart, just trying to break free of the barracks. Barracks can garrison in the tower. And then units can pop out of the tower. Now that it's open. Oh, and the Vills popping out on the inside of the tower. That's how AoE 2 on garrisons when there's no room. So unkillable Vills without a ranged unit inside the tower now. And tower maybe gets a Vill from TaToH. Nope, TaToH's gonna escape. But tower at least will be on TaToH's stone, so TaToH won't have stone. He's up to castle though. He just do another tower to stop this forward tower. Remember, Koreans, if they ever get up, do get free guard tower, but up timing does not look like it's in the cards for Chart, who is nowhere near the food he'd need. Yeah, Chart one of the top, or the top player from Japan at the moment. And I don't really know of any other top Japanese players that are even close to his level. So Chart through thinking about diving to TC, but too many Vills garrisoned, and TaToH will do a defensive workshop just to make extra sure he's safe, as the Spanish doesn't have much stone, so not going to go for conquistadors. Fletching on the way for Chart, he's doing another tower, investing a lot into these towers. So up in res collected in total, but in terms of the combination of resources that he has, food is lacking. Who's the highest rated female AoE player? Right now it's going to be either Gabby or Gookie. They're usually around 2k4 to 2k5-ish. Maybe one day I can convince Nadia to play again. Oh, there's gonna be the Queen. Oh, now that you mentioned that, there's gonna be the Queen's Clash tournament coming up. So we'll have a good answer to that question soon, maybe. So Mangonel coming forward for TaToH. And I'm gonna try to use that to defend against those archers in the back. And attack ground, ooh, gets two of the Vills. Of course the Vills open the gate. Remember always to lock your gates when you build them, you can do that now. So repairs on the Mangonel as Chart keeps running around. TaToH with a huge score lead. And Chart still nowhere close to going up. And I feel like TaToH just needs a couple Mangonels, takes out the towers. I mean, you can even just do TCs and boom. You even build TCs to take out the towers. And TaToH chasing the Vills with his own Vills. Another attack ground gets the two green Vills in the back of his base. And now Chart, not sure what he does. I don't see a way for him to chart a path forward. So TC going up on the wood and the gold to the south. Why is he so low on food? Well, at this point he's lost his fish on the water. But he's so low on food because he invested into the feudal attack with archers and towers, and he wasn't spending his villager time even on food. TaToH was consistently doing berries, hunt, fish, and he was able to defend with walls and a couple towers of his own, but didn't invest anywhere nearly as much on land. We see Chart even is making scouts, and those are expensive on food. Chart has the stone for a castle, but not in the castle age to make it. And it's really tight, just a few subtle differences in your eco management on Nomad, right? Because he's even ahead in total res collected. But TaToH, he's defended so well, is now 39 to 9 in KD. all the units Chart has made have been ineffective. Chart just throwing them into their deaths at the hands of TaToH's villagers. And tower there, hit by the mangonel. Archer can still run around a bit. Ooh, goes down by the TC. House going up for Chart. And now there's the GG from Chart as the towers get cleared. So 1-0 for TaToH. Check out the stats, 41 to 9 KD. Check out the eco. I mean, weird game where there's so much more eco but just can't click up to the castle age. But that's how Nomad goes sometimes. Did we put Glade in the map pack? There are 9 maps in the map pack, right, our base? Did we put Glade there? It should be there. Wait a minute. Did we not put Glade in it? If not, you can just use DE's. Oh, there are 10 games. Oh. Then we didn't. No, we didn't. Okay, chat, we real quick gotta update the map pack for Decide Rumble then. I think you can just use the standard DE Glade, though. You might just be missing a house at the start. Data mod works with standard maps? Yes. I could also just add it in real quick. Okay, chat. We're going to do some very quick debugging. Then we're going to get to game number 2 in this set. Yeah, let me add it in. No. We're missing a house, our base. We'll fix this. Yeah, there's no Glade. I just gotta copy and paste this from DE's files. Random map scripts. Game data x2. Glade, because we don't want the castle, right? You'd have a castle on Regicide. Did no one play the map or test it? Oh, this is awkward because it has an include. Oh, this is going to be an awkward one to change. This might not be a 5-minute change. I'll do it anyway. Standard DE map surely will be fine. That will not be fine. I gotta restart DE real quick so I can test this. Just gotta find which of the include files includes the castle. And the extra vills. Hopefully it's just the starting resources file. Don't rush a fix. No, this is the turnaround time on bug fixes. This is what DE needs. I didn't realize there were 10 games. I thought it was 2 games a day, and then 8 of them determined a player for the final, and then the 9th game was the final. But apparently that's not how it works. Let me just open this real quick. Yes. And the next game start is the 2nd. We need to fix Regicide Rumble. Alright. 8 players. Regicide. And R6. The mod not on? How's the mod not on? Oh, because I didn't remove it from the right mod. I removed it from this one. Restart the game real quick. There we are. 4th wall destroyed. Sniper's final and winner's final. Okay. We'll get this done properly. This will take a minute. I can show you the behind-the-scenes map scripting mode too. Just go to the display capture. I keep my Discord on one side, so it's not. Yeah, okay. Display capture there. And editor. Yes, over there. Great scenario. Global victory, regicide, and map should be. Why is it still not there? Oh, I need to turn the mod on. There we are, and turn on the mod. There we go. Demo bore experiment. Yep, that's what we did earlier. I'm going to behind the scenes look at how we quickly fix maps that we didn't notice were missing. Okay, Glade. Oh, it's a Trezini map. It'll take forever to load. Alright, we have extra vills and a castle. So we need to go over to here. We have to find which of these includes. Spawns the castle. So Empire Wars buildings. I'm going to guess it is starting objects. So includes / starting objects. We'll just look at that. Includes starting objects. Castle, second object, castle. Yes, okay. So we do this. And we paste that into there. Save that, and it should give us the exact same map. Yes, and then we just find the second object, castle. And this becomes a house. This becomes a house. And we find the... should be second object. Would be 7. Just find regicide. Number of objects 10. Is this the villager? Yes. So number of objects here. This becomes. I think I just actually get rid of that. It should give us 3 vills. Or not. Okay, now we should get 3 vills. And there we go, house and 3 vills. Now we just update the mod, and we are all good. 1 second while I update the mod. Map fixing stream. Blade. V2. On mod folder. And I just gotta upload this. See how quickly we can log into the website. Edit and update. There, our base, it is added in. Okay, message our base that it's updated. And now we're good. Let's find this next game we're supposed to cast. Sorry about that. I gotta make sure Regicide Rumble works. Speak about the thumbnail of Villager Between Bears. That is the Beastchi map from the Heaven and Hell tournament. I just made a generic thumbnail for that tournament. It isn't any specific game, but lots of games are played on that map featuring Vills or scouts dying to the bears. Alright, so where were we? Where were we? Go back to my DMs, find game to chart TaToH point of view. Download this file. Download it as DE starts. And it will be Ghost Lake by the looks of it. That looks right. Ghost Lake. So welcome back to this game. The set we're actually casting. Well, Regicide Rumble will be starting pretty soon, hopefully with the correct map. So we will have Chart in the green as the Georgians. He will be taking on TaToH in the blue as the Romans. So two good late game economies. Georgians with the fortified churches for 10% faster economy. Romans with 5% faster for everything. But I guess churches are better because it's 10%? Why is it called AoC Classic if they picked new DLCs? Because the name's only referencing the maps, apparently. And Ghost Lake is definitely a classic AoC map. So, Mule Cart, great for scouting and finding the sheep on this map, I guess. Good usage for the Georgians. 5 relics, looks like they will be well between the players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pretty fair there. The 2 extra golds on one side, pretty fair. 2 extra stones though, or 1 extra stone there. That's the wolves on the mini-map, definitely in favor of Chart. Other stone in favor of TaToH, so pretty balanced Ghost Lake. Question is who finds the sheep in the middle. Looks like Chart will be scouting and taking them. Though TaToH's sheep scout in the back might steal them as they walk back. And nope, he's going to go past them, but should find 2 more. Erwin's background music sounds depressing. I kind of got that feeling too. Maybe it's just there to intimidate your enemies though. Although I guess you're the one who hears it, so maybe it intimidates yourself. Maybe it makes you feel threatening. It's like playing the Empire in Galactic Battlegrounds. You hear the Imperial March as your theme. You have so many copyright issues with music if you ever play that again. That's the problem with Star Wars video games. You get copyright strikes if you try to play them. Do Romans die to siege onager hand cannoneer? Maybe. Maybe they do. Georgians do have siege onagers. But, let's see, they also have hand cannoneers, of course they do. They don't have cannons themselves, though. But siege engineers, siege onager. They get to that point, that will be pretty good. Although on this map, maybe cav and raids are more important, although the Georgians should do that pretty darn well. They will have all the blacksmith upgrades. For the hussar line, do Romans get hussars? Nope, they only get light cav. So, I mean, late game, Georgians with great farms with the fortified churches should be pretty good for controlling all the different areas you gotta control on Ghost Lake. When was this match played? Earlier this morning? It was at the same time. We had 3 sets going on, 2 sets of the AoC Classic, 1 set of Heaven and Hell. So I just casted the 2 Heaven and Hells back to back. Now we're doing the second of the AoC Classic sets. This was played earlier today. And this will determine who goes to face ACCM in the finals, which I believe will be played tomorrow. So Loom there on the way for TaToH. As the deer are getting pushed in. And Feudal Age for both players on the way. So, at Ghost Lake, you always do have your main gold forward, just by this dry grass terrain, separating the mainland from the frozen lake. In the back, though, you can have a secondary gold, and TaToH does have a great one back there. You can easily wall over here, and have a safe gold right next to the berries. Chart, on the other hand, same thing, taking the back gold. Honestly, as the Georgians, maybe I'd use the mule cart to take the front gold first, just because it's more exposed if you get pushed. How much ranked DE? I haven't really played much ranked DE. Grass terrain, I think that cuts into some of the territory that might have been ice in AoC. It's been a long time since I've edited Ghost Lake, though. I forget exactly what's going on. Ooh, nice job from TaToH blocking the spot where Chart wanted to build that archery range. He's going to have to move to the side to build it. It's more like a Mediterranean than a Baltic in size. And double vid X there on the way for Chart. And, well, archers from the range will be going forward. TaToH doing range himself, so scouts into probably a couple of defensive skirms. And Yip right away for the skirms. And, ooh, one Vil kind of far out. And Scout takes a poke. Okay. Nice aggression from Chart there. Gets at least some HP off the Vil. But Skirm comes out quickly enough to fend off the spear. And now Chart just gonna scout around. The western side of TaToH's base is pretty wide open. And could lead to some attack on the berries if TaToH's not careful. If he has Vils gathering from the outside of the berries, Chart will be taking care of that. Not enough army to fight yet, though. Now, TaToH raiding with the scouts, walled in woodline, though, from Chart. And with the range, some archers, and now the stable. Chart will be looking to go archers into scouts. Yeah, TaToH trying to wall in his gold while Chart walls his out. To be fair, TaToH has 2 very close and forward golds to the front. And then he just walls here and he's very safe. Aside from the western side of his map that still is open. But wall here, and you kind of play with your army over here and you're still good. So farm's going up around Chart's TC. TaToH will try to break in at this woodline in the back. Zero just come forward. And Town Watch on the way for TaToH. Nice L-shaped gold there. And a blacksmith on the way for chart. So, wood line being chopped here from chart. One more pine tree to go through. Oh, he's just gonna realize he's actually walled to the edge of the map. And we'll do one palisade there. TaToH hoovering around the back with the skirms, trying to avoid the scouts for now. And looks like he will be successful in avoiding them, actually. Chart not going to see them. Going to try to wall. Skirms will just be there in the back. Oh, that'll be annoying if Chart moves his army forward without finding the skirms. TaToH just going to sneak out, slip away to the side. And Wolf coming forward. And Wolf will hit the villager. And the villager will kill the wolf successfully. Blacksmith going up there for TaToH. Another blacksmith going up here. As he finishes his wall, so now TaToH walled pretty much how you'd expect. Same thing for chart. He's finishing up his walls now. Don't think he has any holes, although he does have stragglers as part of the wall. It's always risky. Fletching on the way for TaToH. Bloodlines on the way for chart.
Get you, Lars. Tibi Servio, salve.
And see, upgrades for TaToH, horse collar. Investing to a lot of farms after horse collar, but at least he does do horse collar. Armor for his archers. And pretty heavy feudal age upgrades for Ghost Lake, where the players are not even being that aggressive with their armies. Scouts maybe dodging the skirms. TaToH slightly better. Play better res collected. Oh, he's down in KD. Oh, wait, he has an unaccounted for death. He must have lost a vill to a wolf somewhere. Oh, gosh. Or a boar, or somewhere. I didn't see that. So Chart just whacking away at that house. Won't get in. And TaToH doing a market, getting ready to click up. He will have the better eco as the Romans until fortified churches come in for the Georgians. Oh, just a skirm, no vill. Oh, okay, just the that's right, not an eco KD, just a normal D. And locked the gate there, wisely disallowing the scouts to progress inwards on the skirms. And Castle Age first on the way for TaToH. Chart using the market, and he won't be far behind. So around 10 to 15 seconds different there. Not much of a gap. And you will have Scouts Archers versus Skirm Spear. So what army composition do we like more, Scout Archer or Skirm Spear? Well, right now Chart applying all the pressure, but I guess TaToH really doesn't have a reason to move out. And on the other side, Chart has to wall, make sure the scouts don't get in. I'll destroy a house, but not much else threatening there. Skirms pick off an archer on the front. Gate almost down. Gates are very weak, but TaToH has walled behind, so army still won't get in. And ooh, horse collar now. Chart did not do horse collar. Downside of going archers into scouts is that you don't have that horse collar upgrade. You need a bit more wood for that than going scouts into archers and doing the farms first. So spear coming over, looks like it'll get some pokes on the scouts. Yes, it will. TaToH not noticing, and he takes 2 pokes from the spear. Oop, almost a third. Scout pathing a bit there. So Chart still being annoying with archers, but as long as TaToH can defend with skirms, he's not worried. You always OP skirm. His bot getting an elite skirm on the way, and we'll have a TC going up there for TaToH. Bodkin crossbow on the way too for Chart. And we 1, 2, 3 TCs, another TC for TaToH in the back. Spears poke down the scouts as the scouts have to try to run away. So, scouts low HP for TaToH won't be able to do too much more damage, but now Chart's basically on a timer to do damage since he's going for the aggressive army approach, and maybe he'll find the damage here as TaToH unable to wall this army out. That's a lot of skirms, but skirms can kind of camp by the TC now. The way TaToH's laid out his base with all the TCs, not really going to get much damage unless Chart can come forward and do a workshop. And that's the other thing that keeps the skirms alive is the town center. They can sit there, and especially if the light cav don't have +2 armor, there's nothing that really kills them. And over here, TaToH walled, also has a TC behind it, so he's not worried about a break-in here. Bosaw on the way for Chart, as he has to now start adding in his TCs, but we can see him already falling behind in eco. He's down in res collected. Fortified Church on his economy now. Maybe we could use one on the front gold. He's going to go for relics now. Forward workshop. That's about as far as you can get on Ghost Lake. Maybe could have been more forward. Kind of an in-between workshop, slightly on a hill. Night forward, we'll have to worry about the monk. So now he's going to be down in eco, and he's going to have to hope that the Fortified Church... How do you stop Halb Scorpion as Georgians? Siege on your hand cannon. That was one answer. But of course that's much more expensive to get to. I feel like fully upgraded Siege on your hand cannon plus Hussar's rating is nice. Although Ghost Lake usually can run out of gold and you get to points where you're just doing a trash war. At that point I still would maybe favor the Georgians with their farming eco and Hussars. Yes, get good and get 100 gold units. Scorpion always weak to the mangonel line? I don't know about always. I feel like in some ways Scorpions actually can do well against mangonels if you get enough of them. But that's mostly with the Khmer bonus though. Stack Scorpions? Well, you can always spread them out. It's all about the micro and the engagements you take. You get siege engineers for the Scorpions, take decent fights against onagers, then they can still do okay. They still kill them pretty. The Scorpions still kill onagers or mangonels if they get close enough. So yeah, TaToH full trash defense. Picked Romans, but playing like Byzantines with skirm spear. Chart hastily walling that up, making sure this army doesn't run in. I mean, skirms could dare to dive the TC in the churches. But you'd probably lose a lot anyway. TaToH does have both armors though, so it is an option. Still looking at the relics. He is up 2 to 1 in terms of relics. Both players had been trying to collect them. Now Mangonel's scouts, but Mangonels can never catch this as long as TaToH runs. Catapult versus Ballista in AoE 1. I've had situations where Ballistas kill everything. And the counter was towers. Because towers are really the only thing you can spend your stone on. No castles, just towers and walls for your stone. AoE 1 definitely had some very weird balance choices, that's for sure. So conversion on 1 light cav. Just 1 light cav. run it back. Scorpion also for Chart as he's coming forward with Mangonels. And we see the 2 TC approach from TaToH paying off as Chart just adding in his next TC now with a Church forward, but down in Vils. He'll get his second relic, so 2-2 on the relics with the third one that either could grab is contested by both of them with armies in the area. So Mangonels swap. And I guess you clear that house and those palisades, then maybe you go to work on the TC. Clearing that gives you more room to micro, more room to try to snipe off Mangonels. Forging on the way for TaToH. Lots of armor on the pikes with those double blacksmith upgrades. So 4-4 armor in the Castle Age. And TaToH's still hoovering around forward with pikes and spears. I mean, with pikes and skirms. Relic's still guarded by a light cav. Yeah, they do resist conversion, that's true, they do. So Scorpions and Mangonels come back. Stable goes up there for Chart. And spread formation, so TaToH's still looking for a Mangonel shot. Does he see the last relic? Oh, he actually doesn't see it. It's one tile outside of his line of sight. Yep, there it is. He doesn't see it. Oh, that outpost just doesn't see it. Mangonel's coming forward. TaToH paying attention. Takes a tiny bit of slash damage on a skirm, but that's it. Pikes, Knights, and Skirms all coming forward. And Barding armor on the way. And TaToH's population much higher. Vil count's not that different, but military population higher. It is though pikemen, and there goes a nice Mangonel shot on some pikemen. Knights want to pick off the Mangonels. TaToH has maybe just enough Knights to do this. And the Mangonels go down. This feels like a good fight for TaToH. There are Vils behind this, not ready to do a castle yet. A castle here could be devastating. Oh, just gonna outpost, yes, the most threatening building, the forward outpost. I mean, good job by Chart not to fall too far behind in terms of Vils. I mean, with Handcart, he's actually in a decent eco spot. Just TaToH ahead in res collected. Little Georgians have a good eco, 2-2 on relics still. Oh, but I think TaToH grabbed it. Did TaToH grab it? Does he have a monk with a relic? Oh, yes he did. There he goes. There he is. Putting it in that monastery. There he goes. Yeah, losing the gold is not ideal. That is true. Maybe he'll have Monospas now with a castle, though. And this is why I didn't like him taking that back gold first. Now he's run out of the front gold, and he has no gold access. I'm gonna try to wall here behind the houses. So TaToH with a full trash army has denied the gold of Chart. Skirms killing Knight. Once you get enough Skirms, they kill anything. Chart wants his own forward castle. He's gonna think better of it, though. He might need that castle at home to defend. He's gonna put it right at the edge of the map. And try to wall out the Knights. TaToH sees that. He might be able to deny it. Knight's just gonna hoover for the moment. Wander over the farms and try to find Vil kills. He has armor and he's up to the Imperial Age. Around almost 2k more res collected. Delete farms. I mean, it's... like, delete a couple farms, do it here, maybe? That'd probably be the nicest spot. Ace of Emeralds has taught us to always take the forward gold. Husbandry, iron casting on the way. It's going down, and they're going to find a spot outside the TC range where they can attack. Outside the church range, too. There's iron casting husbandry, but Chart's going to be stuck in the castle age. No gold for clicking up. And TaToH just controls all the gold. Not going to have gold for Monospas as quickly as they heal. And TaToH will be cleaning up the forward buildings on this side, too. This is feeling like a good 2-0 lead for TaToH. And, we'll take out that workshop. Or the Light Cav will. And Light Cav takes it down before the Mangonel shot. Light Cav gets the kill. And a little bit of a Menospa raid, but TaToH prepared. He has pikemen there. He's adding in more barracks. Now the question is, how do you stop pikemen if you're the Georgians and you don't have hand cannoneers? I don't think you do. Attempted counter castle from Chart, but TaToH there, if that Mangonel survives, could Mangonel those villagers. Doesn't survive though. But TaToH up to Imp, and once this castle goes up, the Trebs will be popping. Halb immediately on the way. Oh, no bracer for the skirms. That's good at least for Chart, but aren't many other good things going on for him. Can he shoot the Vills and deny the castle? No, he can't. Vills can start repairing, and Trebuchet immediately queued for TaToH. There's the GG from Chart, who is stuck in the castle age, and 2-0 for TaToH. 88 to 96 KD. And just better uptimes all around. Romans. Yeah, oh, he was up. Well, yeah, looking at the res, he actually was up, but there's no timing. So TaToH adding in the TCs, got the eco lead. No damage there from Chart. And let's see, do I have another wreck? Game 3, I do have Youpudding. Or no, that's Youpudding ACCM. That's the other set. Okay, I don't have the wreck yet, but I will check for the wreck. How do I do that? We check maybe is the dashboard is up. To dashboard, I update the score. Let's update the score. 2-0 TaToH. SSL certificate still denied. AoE2 insights. I'll check TaToH's profile. And just see if I can download it. Alright, yes, I can download this. Can I load it from inside of a folder in DE? No, I can't. Here we are, game number 3. Need more experience. Well, Chart's plenty experienced. He's just not on the same level as TaToH, I think. But, who knows, maybe he could pull off a reverse sweep. Starting game number 3. And again, TaToH's 1 win away from the finals, where he will face ACCM, who we casted earlier today. So the map shall be Islands. TaToH will be playing as the Blue Koreans. Chart will be playing as the Green Persians. And lots of opportunities for landings here. Late game, though, on the water, Koreans will be a much better save than the Persians. Not only do they have access to Bracer, but they also have a 20% wood discount on their ships, and they have shipwright to create the ships faster and with an additional 20% discount. So they'll have, in terms of wood, the cheapest galleons in the game, and they are fully upgraded. No demos, so it really just becomes the Persians have to go full fast fire, where they don't have shipwright, so they don't have the build speed to pump them out, they don't have the discount. And even with fast fire, tricky matchup for them, can't really go galleons themselves because they don't have Bracer. Green Persian, what's funny about Green Persians? Blue TaToH Koreans, Green Persians Chart. TaToH's pushing in that Ibex. There's also 2 relics per island, and then 1 relic on the neutral island where the 2 neutral gold piles have spawned together to create 1 large neutral gold. The other island is a bit sadder, only 2 stone mines. Could use a few archery ranges to keep them company. This is an interesting terrain mixing where the snow has mixed onto the grass and kind of engulfed the beach. Makes the grass run all the way to the water. One of the weird things I try to avoid in my own maps, the snow terrain masking on the shoreline. Yeah, TaToH had 3 TCs before Chart too. That's what I said at the start of the Castle Age, right? Chart had to do damage with his army since TaToH did the TCs. TaToH was defending and since then just kind of had a stronger eco. Sometimes those quick early Castle Age decisions are what decide games. So back dock from Chart and also from TaToH, both back docking. And boar lore from TaToH. Kind of miss the days on islands when you lure the boar with your scout, but now landings are so prevalent that you need the scout HP. Also, look at the scouting from TaToH. Look how well he scouted his home island. Using the pigs and the scout all in combination. Much more scouting than Chart. I guess Chart has a slightly larger island, but still the scouting there a bit more expansive. Oh, and Chart sending a second Vild to a fish in the back? As he's doing loom. I wonder if he's going to click up now or just do another dock for more fish. A fast castle with more fish in the back is definitely a viable strategy. I feel like the counter to that usually is the landing, but of course that is a blind counter. You're not really going to scout that in the Dark Age. I think this is uncharted territory for Chart. Oh, being in the semifinals against TaToH is a good experience for him now. Not really at this far into tournaments, even if this is just a B tier 1. Vil not collecting food like TaToH wanted. He's getting ready to go up, so starting to move his Vils over to the stragglers. He'll push in the Ibex and still take it. Still get the food from it. So TaToH up first, but again with the back dock. And we'll see if he wants more back docks or more fish himself. So I think straight play into late game water definitely favors Koreans, and Chart's going to have to do something with a landing in order to disrupt that from TaToH. Maybe just better eco with the TC into a landing, or into a mini boom and then a landing? Koreans are so good at defending, though, with their guard tower upgrades if it goes Castle Age. And even with their skirm defense early on. With how cheap they are and the fact they have the extra armor right away. Persian's usually the civ pick for hybrid maps, like Cross. Not as much for the pure water maps, such as Islands. So TaToH, 3 fills on the pig. This is more than you usually leave on food in AoC too. You wouldn't have quite that many there, so this, especially with all these fishing ships, lets me think he's not going to stay in feudal for all that long, and yeah, definitely not as he's doing the mill first. So back dock, he's doing another fishing ship even before his fire galley. So he's just planning on defending. Of course, no demos for the Koreans. Persians will have them, so if it gets fire versus fire, some demos could be added in. Added in for Chart, that is. And Chart might need a third dock somewhere over here just to keep fishing effectively. Or fishing efficiently. So market from TaToH, and he's not going to stay feudal all that long. He's going to go up soon. Loom on the way, more Vils. And then Vils on the mill, even taking the shorefish. More efficient than the berry bushes for the moment. And TaToH not far from Castle. Chart, though, not far himself. bit short on gold, but with 7 vills on gold, he'll collect that in no time. Blacksmith on the way up, and he will click up no problem. A couple of defensive fire galleys himself to turn into fire ships. And a stable, so what is this? FC Landing. See if he goes scouts or knights. I believe he did go scouts against Margugu in that previous set. And I did just stop myself from saying MBL instead of Margugu. I don't know why I messed it up so much. But he hasn't scouted anything. If he's going for a landing, it's going to be a landing into uncharted territory. And he's housed for a moment. I'm sure TaToH watched those wrecks and is prepared for this. Transporting knights while fighting water can be cool. He can be, so he's going to go scouts plus a Vil with the transport. And he's going to be up to TaToH to scout it however he can. Wait, is my cursor still lagging out here? Oh, it's not lagging now. Okay, it is a bit if I go out there. I gotta find the zoom levels where the cursor lags and figure out why exactly that's happening. So dock for chart. Adding with the Vils makes the map hybrid. And okay, there's the fire galley fight. TaToH looks like he's taking a slight lead there. Now I'll chart 2 more fishing ships. So using that Persian efficiency to pump them out. Nice blocking from TaToH though to prevent that fire from escaping. Let's just attack with this one now. Ooh, okay, escapes on 14 hit points, losing a couple more. Might get away, might get away. So light cav, war galley, and where's the transport? Vils and oh my gosh, Nilly. What was that pathing? 4 scouts and 2 Vils. Chart, this is a neutral island. Oh no, Chart, it's a neutral island. No, he will hop right back on the transport. Not gonna pull a T90, but he almost did. He almost did. Oh, imagine if he made a stable there. 3 range is too few. He's exploring the coastline here. Almost. He hops right back in the transport. So second TC for TaToH. And scouts coming forward. Pulling a T90. Archery range on the proper island now. So TaToH will be aware of the light cav, but get the TCs up in time. Chart, what are you doing? You're microing on the water, but losing your light cav. Micro over there, I saw a demo. That definitely was Chart's demo. TaToH doesn't have demos of his own unless he converts them. And TaToH will be forced back. Fletching on the way for Chart. And 2 Vils could fight the scout. Now, what wins here? The Kemiuk Scout. They'll wall themselves in. A Cav Archer on the way for Chart. So Cav Archer raids behind the Scouts opening. Scouts just hoovering around for now. Did lose 1 to the TC. But Light Cav Archer. As the Persians, that'll be the play. That wood line will be exposed to Cav Archers. Did, however, lose his fish, as TaToH has a couple fires back there. And Chart, 11 fires to 6, but still lost the fish. TaToH still has 6. That is devastating, because TaToH went around. Does he have enough eco to do that while keeping water presence? It's tough. But then TaToH, he's the Koreans, he can defend with the guard towers. Defend with the guard towers, and this is such a great civ for defending the Koreans. Needs a bit of stone, and he can do guard towers everywhere. He's adding a second TC of his own too. I feel like booming just puts you behind. It's that late game situation where the Koreans, I think, will just excel against Persians on the water. And unless he can keep and maintain this foothold and then fight on land, where I think even then, late game might be easier for Koreans to play. And it's going to look rough for him. He has a nice score lead, but I think he's actually pretty far down. I mean, more rest collected so far, I think, thanks to being the Persians. I have to go elephants. Love to see some elephants here. I don't know if we're going to get them, though. TaToH still... Ooh, nice fire. He's going to kill a lot of... Or destroy a lot of fire ships there. Sink a lot of them. Monks wanting conversions on the front as the villa goes down. And late game is insane. That it is. So it's the mid game with the guard towers. And enough HP there. TaToH probably wins that. Still no fishing ships for Chart. He's ahead in Vills though. Those Persian TCs keeping him running. Not letting TaToH get another 3 TCs himself. Only 5 fishing ships. Oh, he does have a fire in the back. Sailed past and didn't kill the fishing ships, though. He looped right around. Maybe we didn't see him at the time. And he is up in military numbers, that's for sure. TaToH's 2 Scorpions to defend against this raid. Nice box formation, triangle formation of like Cav and Cav archers. Like Cav should probably just jump the Scorpions. Yeah, there he goes. Monk's on the way too. He wants conversions. Like Cav dispatched towards the monk, and no sanctity, so it goes down right away. So Spear Scorpion against Light Cav Cav Archer. Matchup that probably depends on the micro. A nice score lead for him, actually. I mean, maybe winning on the water now. Definitely winning on the water. 6-2? 6-1 fire galleys. Now a 3rd TC for TaToH. He's trying to pick up relics. That TC does go up. Cav archers keep moving around. They could pick the fishing ships here. 1 fire there to defend, though. I'll probably keep them safe. TC there. TaToH deletes the farm so they don't get sniped. He really does need to clear the fishing ships, and he's sailing around the back now. TaToH might be able to get out just enough fires to defend, though. That's often the key. If you're behind on water, you can keep your fish alive, and you're this far apart is not as big of an investment to defend. Cav archers dying to spears, though. And Scout's still running around. It's a big ford, though. 2 ranges, workshop, and monastery. Persians don't have great monks, though, and the Koreans still can go guard tower defense to try to shut this down. Not enough stone to even think of a castle soon. Yeah, hard to fish boom, though, at this late of a stage, because it's a big investment to do docks and fishing ships, and you've already lost them. Is this tournament about? Just using the map pool from the Age of Conquerors, all AoC maps. For the 25th anniversary of AoC. Okay, TaToH with a rocket cart, and there's the guard tower. There's the guard tower push to keep himself safe. Rocket cart to ensure the guard tower goes up. And ooh, even an attack ground hits the light cav a bit, just a bit. Spears will come forward as the tower goes up, and light cav have to run away. No ballistics yet for TaToH, so they will get away just fine. Oh, Vil goes down. The Chart actually ahead in eco population now, 75 Vils to 68. Still just worry about Korea. Aren't as cool as Chosen with those 240 HP legions. I guess that's the Armenians now with the extra hit points. Cav archers go down to the spears. So Persian TC's looking pretty good here. TaToH has lost his fish too. You need to go ballistics now in Bodkin. The ballistics for the scorpions will be nice, but light cav there to pick them off. TaToH not repairing. Scorpion goes down, so does the light cav though. And still gotta remember late game, the Korean water play is looming large over this game. And their wood discount and their potential for shipwright. A defensive castle for TaToH. So feels like he's basically locked this down now with enough towers in the castle. And Imp though for Chart. Chart up to Imp. Cav Archer's picking the spear. And some of his score might just be a bit inflated from having won the water. He did clean what was left of TaToH. Where's that fishing ship? Oh, 4 HP fishing ship, still fishing away. Not a big deal though, it's about to be out of deep fish. And as a tech there, I thought TaToH might have been clicked up to Imp when I saw the TC shining. So he will stay castle against Chart, who is Imp. I see TaToH is closing in on the way up, but not quite there yet. Doing his own dock and tower. Wanting to get back on the water. Also has collected the 2 relics on his island yet. Chart still leaving his relics uncollected. It does have a monastery though. Oops, gotta remember not to zoom out that far in capture age. I think that's what causes it to crash. I think the zooming out causes it to crash. Yeah, as Fergus says, classic maps. Although not the classic map scripts, just the DE versions of the classic maps. Okay, so TaToH completely not up to Imp. Chart will be up before he clicks. That'll be a nice timing advantage. If Chart were to have forward vills for a castle and shrubs. Don't lose the vill. Oh, and he lost the forward vill. That's huge. Losing the forward vills like that is huge, but he needs to transport more than. So now he's clicking up. Quite a few war wagons. War wagons will be great against cav archers. Absolutely great against cav archer mangonel. So much HP mangonel doesn't really counter them. Monks do, but it's only 1 conversion. Oh, 2 conversions. Okay, that's feeling better. TaToH gonna rush up the tower though, try to secure this. And the push is getting cleared, and then your late game, you're gonna be against the Koreans on the water. There's Upseong for the tower range. As Imp is on the way in the TC. Bloodlines and chain barding armor for Chart. And what is that? Oh, Chart landing, and he wants to do a castle. Transport ship landing, he's going for a castle. He's going for fast fire so he can fight on the water still. But the timing isn't there, I feel. He's still up in Vills, and he's still up to Imp first. Maybe that needed to be a bit more inland so he could get some trebs? TaToH gonna counter castle, and he's not far from Imp himself, 1 minute away. And he will have trebs. Chart could... Oh, he's not gonna counter castle, won't commit to it. Maybe he thinks Chart's up faster than he really is. And stables here now for Chart, so he's gonna look to do Hussar raids. And TaToH could still be in trouble there. Hussar and armor on the way. Wait, TaToH just transported. He's doing a TC over here. Okay, so TaToH on Chart's island too. TaToH just TaToH things. Chart will see it with the outpost. He'll see that. He knows it's there. There's some untouched wood. Yeah, well, down here is the untouched wood for TaToH. So light cav on the way. TaToH already teching into pikemen. Lumber camp. Oh, going to be blocked by TaToH's Ville. There goes Chart. Is the armor. And, oh, look at that. He's going for the university. How often do you see this? Trebbing the university that might stop chemistry. Oh, no, he turns for the tower. Oh, I go for the university. Oh, no, you had the right idea. You had the right idea, Chart, and you swapped the target. Just don't ever kill the Yuri. I know. He even sees TaToH repairing. TaToH needs chemistry. From our point of view, that would have been amazing if he sniped that. Yes, you don't always see it, but you know, early imp, they need chemistry. Chemistry on the way. And finished. Finished before the Treb snipe it. Do Persians get bombard cannons? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So chemistry for Chart will be good. They do not, though, get siege engineers, so the upgraded Korean ones, who do get siege engineers for the +1 range, will be better. That's 3 Trebs out, though. TaToH might lose that castle. Chart's push still continuing. I think it's hard for the Persians to fight late game, though. And a couple of keeps for TaToH, but keeping them away on his home island is Chart building a castle. He's going to be trebbing here, too. Probably try to treb that TC. So there is Halb. Still enough defenses on this island from TaToH that the Hussar raids really aren't there. Chart pulling ahead in score. Can he do this? Can he do this? Bombard cannon forward for TaToH. Castle goes down. No one really fighting on the water. All about land at this point. And Chart making a good push. Chemistry on the way. Padded archer armor on the way. No bracer could even do skirm against the war wagons. They have armor, which is usually more important in Imp. I mean, beating TaToH on islands would be very impressive. On paper, this is a Chart win. I mean, remember, TaToH's still Koreans, and they are late game. And they never count out Koreans in the late game. I'd only tell Mind Trust not to zoom out. No, don't eat the VRAM by zooming out. And he's done the key thing, which is getting to Halb. And that means he can stop the Hussar raids. Over here, he might lose Vils. Chart can do a war wagon to clean them up, Kappa. Hussar moving forward. And, well, elite skirm from Chart. No one taking the central islands, although that would be hard for Chart to do now. Now that TaToH's an imp, and Halb still cleaning the Hussars, cleaning the raids. That's a 2.5k score lead for Chart. 152 to 113. He just needs to maybe pump Hussars continually. Not let TaToH get the Halb numbers out. Keep picking off the cannons. Hey, the university finally goes down. Chart has the stone soon for another Treb. Crop rotation on the way. Preparing for a wood game. More keeps from TaToH. TaToH trying to keep himself alive. Yeah, repairs on that Treb though, so it won't go down. Cannon forward. Skirms can maybe try to pick that cannon. That's can the Hussars. Hussars going straight for it. And it will go down. No repairs in time. Treb goes down. Okay. Almost a 3k score lead for Chart. TaToH's forward on this island has been cleaned. And will he lose scale mail armor? No, he won't. But he will lose this blacksmith. Won't get another tech from it. And the vills that were forward all are cleaned. Only one left. Hopefully Chart notices that. Only one vill left on this island from TaToH. Don't think Chart actually sees her though. We'll keep an eye on her. Lobby camp going up for TaToH on that wood line. And Chart still pushing, still has this castle here, forging on the way. Over a 3k score lead now, going for the tower and the market. TaToH 150 pop, Chart 200. The stock will go down. Well, still, I'm just worried about the Persians' ability to close out Koreans on islands. See how TaToH comes back from this. Okay. So I don't really understand why Persian is so strong here. Just the economy and the TCs. Faster working TCs, bit of a Dark Age boost, and you're really good water save suddenly. Not good on the water in the late game. Like I said, he has to go fast fire. Does he have something that can deal with Halbs? Not enough skirms, maybe. What is that farm? That's TaToH's right-clicking a farm that had been destroyed earlier. Probably. He's going to do a keep. Wants to try to keep the cannons safe. Treb's trying to keep the cannons away. Skirm's coming forward. Still a much bigger pop lead for Chart. Maybe overboomed in Bills without enough army. He's sitting on 3k gold just about. Could maybe be doing even hand cannons here. Yeah, remember the Korean bombard cannons though, with siege engineers, do outrange the Persian ones. After doing everything he can for a bit of stone. Wants that stone for the towers, doing arrow slits on the towers now. Also really miss for the towers. As the cannons clear that castle. Not enough vills to repair for Chart. And now, I mean, Persian skirms. Hard to fight the hand cannons when they don't have bracer. Feel like maybe it should have been hand cannoneer. Or hard to fight the halbs when they don't have bracer. Maybe it should have been hand cannoneer instead of skirm. Cannon goes down. TaToH winning this fight. I mean, in the north, TaToH's basically secured his island there. And he could be pushing Chart off the island. Should Chart just like mangonel the woodlines maybe? Onager the woodlines? Guess he doesn't have time for that. The resources, it's over. I mean, Chart, significantly more resources, but no one's touched the center islands yet. TaToH pushing this back. Over Boone versus Margugu as well. Well, he did win that game. I need to do ranges in the back. I have to think maybe hand cannons would have been the answer earlier. He's doing them now, but queued behind the skirms. So TaToH finishing his stone, not enough for a castle now. So he has 14 on stone somewhere? Where does he have 14 on stone? Oop, remember, don't zoom out, don't zoom out. Don't cry. Okay, 0 on stone now. And oh, a Treb and a transport over here, but Halb's finding that. Res for paladins. Oh, he can do Savars now. Look at those resources he's floating. TaToH with a lot of food and gold too, and he's doing shipwright. And I don't know, are the Koreans gonna get back on the water now? I think TaToH could still do this. I mean, it's now down from 3k to 2k. He's cleaning his island. Only skirms is not working here when the skirms don't have bracer. Not enough hand cannoneers out now. That tower probably should go up. And there's careening. 10 elo. Okay, careening galleon. TaToH about to have almost everything at the dock. I just need dry dock later on if he wants the movement speed. That resource float. He's not at 200 pop and he's floating all those resources. Getting some cannon galleons out now to try to deny the retaking of water from TaToH, but TaToH can just do more docks. The Persian unique Cavalier upgrade. A Cavalier Savar tech tree for the Persians. So 5 cannon galleons, and he's taking out docks. Again, Persians have to stay fast fire against the Koreans pretty much. TaToH just docking everywhere. Oh gosh. TaToH, how many docks is that? 11, 10 docks left. He's as many docks as he can make. Using the Koreans' wood savings. 2-man saw on the way. Masonry for HP now. Cannon galleons taking out the docks. Chart never took the central islands. Still likely to win, but not as clean. I don't know. His push has been cleared. 1k score difference now. Architecture on the way. Chart can't figure out how to spend his resources. All of his military production was clean, so he's got nothing to spend food on now. And TaToH on the water, that's a lot of Korean galleons. That is a lot of Korean galleons. Oh, he transported to the middle just in time for TaToH to be there. I mean, didn't really need the resources on him until now that he's got 0 on gold. And this is the remaining gold on the map. Wasn't able to spend his gold in that push either. And TaToH should win this fight on the water. And your TaToH microing a bit, winning. A lot of fast fires, but not enough when there are that many galleons. Oh, the bombard cannon's gonna help out. Ooh, the bombard cannons. Especially the keeps with all that range. How much range does that? Oh, that is insane. Distance on the keeps to which TaToH can fall back. Never has to take a fight on the water he doesn't want to take. Score's closing in. Extra gold, though, for Chart. And maybe in the long run on the water, the gold could be the difference. He's able to get more gold, and it's a gold game rather than a wood game if TaToH doesn't have the center island and already spent a lot trying to repel the landing. TaToH stole a lot of wood in the south. Be efficient now, that's true, but Koreans with guilds, this is the most efficient wood civ late game on the water. TaToH gonna land some bombard cannons, take some stone, maybe do more docks here. Do a keep there to keep it safe. Yeah, 7k food, 8k food. He has a lot of food, but how does he spend the food? Where's TaToH getting gold? The 2 relics he has. I guess maybe Char could try to take that relic. He's doing guilds. Now TaToH just gonna have to gold from the market. Oh, that's the nasty tower with all the range it has. It even almost hits that gold mine. Ooh, if he could do a tower here, I think he would hit the gold. That would be a sick tower. 7 on gold? I don't know how. Must be at home. Somehow with a gold mine, must be very little gold remaining at home. Oh, there he is. Yeah, only 1,300 gold remaining. So Chart still with more gold access in the middle. He's got 4k gold there. Tower going down to cannon galleons. But bombard cannons there. TaToH gonna play Joan of Arc 5, fend off the cannon galleons. He's closing in on the score. He's way ahead in the KD. Okay, and TaToH playing an absolutely crazy game of islands. Another landing here from Chart. Hand cannoneers there to defend the castle vills. Does this castle go up? TaToH rushing up a defensive keep. Castle will be 50% when the keep goes up. But can he kill the vills with the Korean keep? I think he probably can. He's gonna run back to that Treb. Is that in range of the keep? It is. The entire coastline in range of the keep. He's gonna delete the castle foundation as the galleons come over. That's not gonna be successful for Chart. He will lose everything here. Treb goes down, transports go down. TaToH almost taking a score lead. Made it really close now. And now he's the Koreans. He has water control. He can do some cannon galleons and destroy this castle whenever he wants. Oh, scores are so close now. Chart 10k food, no way to spend it. And cannons hitting the vills. So, I mean, this strategy from Chart, the light cav plus cav archer landing seems to have worked pretty well with how large these islands are. But it's how does he close out the game where he struggled? How does he maybe overboomed and had way too much food for islands? And I mean, that's great if you get the stables up for the Hussar raids, but the Hussar raids came in a bit too late. Inscription on the way. What's that other tech? That would be Commander in for Trash Bow. That's not going to help you win the water against the Koreans. And the castle goes down. As it crumbles, so do maybe Chart's hopes as TaToH takes the score lead. And it's going to be one big fight on the water. Bombard cannon still being useful. The tower keep being useful for TaToH as he's starting to take a better score lead, even a bigger KD. And Chart going to lose everything on the water as desperately he tries for one more castle landing in the south. And he's going to make stables. If he makes stables, can he get enough stables to spend 11k food? And just maybe have enough Hussars to thwart TaToH's ability to go halb? Maybe lose the water, but win on land somehow? And Kalaskula, thank you very much for using your Prime. Appreciate the support. TaToH now? I mean, this is the wood that's left for TaToH. He will have wood on these islands, but not much there. Only around 3,000 to 4,000 there. So can still take that. No more water control at all, though, for Chart. His landing and the Hussars are his last attempt. He can take out that tower and maybe get enough Hussar production. He could maybe be okay. There's crossbow, thumb ring. Did he get commander in? No, he did not. So he's spending gold on that. I feel like hand cannons just are the better play anyway. Treb is out, and that'll take out the keeps, give him more space for a landing. Okay, so Chart at least trying to do something to make this interesting. TaToH nearly 200 pop though. Chart needs to get there if he's going to take a fight. We'll take out another keep. Nice chart kill Vils. Now that's the thing, you can kill Vils, but if you don't have the water, I mean, TaToH could even do the cannon galley and camp strategy now. Even if he loses his island. Yeah, I mean, TaToH has 89 galleons, and I don't see how Chart ever gets the wood to clean that. Does he think he got Trash Bow? Even Trash Bow itself is probably not a good unit choice with how little wood he has. Still think the hand cannons, you can even sell food for that, could be the better play. Has a few skirms, a few crossbows. And skirms at least useful against the war wagons, maybe? And he's getting close to 200 pop again, spamming the hussars. Are 90 galleys going to do that? 60 galleys can't win a fight against 75 galleys. Makes this an AoC classic, the maps. Playing islands. Classic AoC map pool map. Skirm gets the Vils, Hussar is raiding, Skirm is pushing the war wagons back. TaToH could lose the land but have the water. This is a big landing now, lots of ranges. And also wood control from Chart, who is out of wood but has 40 Vils on wood because he still controls it down here. Some wood on his home island, but very far forward underneath TaToH's range. Can't really control that, needs to care for his farming space. The rest of the wood taken aside from one autumn tree. Okay, TaToH getting pushed on land again. Staying near 200 pop, but hard to stay at 200 pop and win the land when you have 90 pop invested in water. Okay, Hussar's going for the war wagons. They're going for the cannons. Okay, low HP cannon. That's that 8 hit points. And Treb's coming forward for Chart. Oh my god, what's going to happen here? And he fills for a final push. But the problem is how does he take the water ever? I mean, is this just going to be a stalemate where Chart has the land and TaToH has the water? And Chart can never destroy 90 galleons because he doesn't have the wood for it? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What if TaToH loses his base but has 90 galleys and cannon galleons? And cannon galleons, and then Chart doesn't have wood left. I mean, Chart has a bit of wood down here, but even TaToH can harass that. And it's only 1k wood. You're not going to make enough to fight 83 Korean galleons with 1k wood, even with, oh, maybe 4k wood's enough. TaToH still has the middle with the wood there, still has all the gold. This is what Chart needed, though. This is the type of push he needed. In his first attempt. Was there ever a draw? Yes, we have had draws on islands before. But that's when both players were basically out of resources and there was no reasonable way for either to win. This is a very asymmetrical game that we could end up with. So TaToH's still with a score lead, and a score lead by quite a lot, especially a KD lead. And TaToH could lose his relic here. Okay, that'll hurt. Let's steal the relics at least here. Where are the other relics? Not sure. TaToH under the barracks. Where are the other relics? Now, what is TaToH? Oh, TaToH ran one relic to this island where he felt it would be safe. Okay, so TaToH losing everything on land. Chart with the score lead. Did TaToH land? No, TaToH hasn't landed. These are just ships. These are just ships. He landed the neutral islands, but his earlier landing for the TC on Chart's Island was repelled. So with score lead TaToH, he has taken that score lead. A great KD ratio. Still 7k food left for Chart. Does Chart even have any wood left? He almost has this wood at the bottom of TaToH's base. Only 1k there, though. And no more wood really on his home island. 3.6k there, but guarded by TaToH from the sea. I mean, TaToH could even land and take the wood. Oh, is he doing that? He's doing that right on cue. There we go. He's gonna do a keep. And then take the wood. So he's landing. Losing everything on his own land, though, but this might not matter if he can land chart. Kills all of TaToH's houses, he can't make more. Yeah, TaToH can destroy the docks. Can prevent chart from getting on water. Chart doesn't have much military on his own island, and even if he did, it would be hard to stop the keeps, because Vils can just build them under cover of the galleons. Hit and run in a transport ship protected by ships? Maybe. Still 6k food left. I mean, res collected. Look at that total for chart. 30,000 more res collected almost. TaToH just far more efficient in the KD ratio. And also your Koreans, if you're losing ships, they're cheap. So down to 73 galleons. 73. I mean, if chart has the relic lead, can he just do monks in the long run? TaToH's island is being trebbed down. Everything going down. He need to rebuild on water on the top. He doesn't have the wood for it, though. The only way he could do that is if he secured the wood on his home island. But TaToH's there with a tower. I think TaToH should be taking that wood. Well, TaToH on 2 on wood now. Needs to take the wood in the center, but doesn't have the wood for a lumber camp there. Okay, at least... Okay, he has wood here he can chop, and then build a lumber camp here. That's what I think he needs to do. Is TaToH... He maybe unqueue halbs? He needs to make sure that he has wood income somewhere. Well, chart certainly doesn't. Greek camp. What about the Greek campaign? Never played that that DLC. Yeah, there's TaToH with some wood. Still 5k food for chart. The Greek I don't know anything about the Greek campaign. Destroying houses is the strongest move. Yeah, I mean, that wood to rebuild them is expensive. Oh, destroying the market actually. Oh, this is game if the market goes down. Chart's not going to be able to rebuild that if he doesn't have wood. He needs to sell food and buy wood and do a market immediately. He's Vil fighting the towers. Oh, don't lose the market, Chart. You don't have 6k food and no market. Oh, this is the most important thing right now. TaToH in the middle fighting with halbs. TaToH has the wood for a market on a neutral island. Chart even kind of? Okay, not winning the fight. No, that's a win for TaToH. TaToH has halbs. Market there. 300 wood left. He's using the market. Look at the market you're using. Murder holes for TaToH to kill the Vils attacking his towers. TaToH trying to repair? No room to repair. Doesn't have the stone for more towers. Doesn't have much stone to repair anyway. But murder holes will come in. 200 HP on the market. Chart making so much progress on the land. Still taking fights. He can still spam food into the halbs. TaToH doesn't really have any resources to repair or rebuild. Cannon's going down. Another cannon forward there for Chart. Trying to micro. Has to be careful of the halbs though. Has to be careful with his treb. But over here, that market. 60 hit points. He doesn't have wood to rebuild the market. 25 hit points, 19, 15, 10, 7, 3, 2, 1, and no more market for Chart. No more market. The tower from TaToH did go down. Murder holes won't matter. He has the res for one more. He needs more wood though. TaToH has a lumber camp. TaToH has wood access. What a crazy game this is, an hour 18 in. Halb goes down. TaToH now I think definitely has this if there's no market for Chart. 0 wood. And there's the GG as he can't use the market. And TaToH holds on. Koreans late game on the water. One heck of a push from Chart. What, 777 kills from TaToH. No way Chart ever destroys the Navy. 30k more resources collected. 30k more food. Food isn't what he needed. Late game on islands. Dang, and that will mean the final will be TaToH versus ACCM. Which I believe is played tomorrow. Let me double check that. 3-0 for TaToH. And let me check Wikipedia. See if it has a time there. I think the dashboard is still down. And finals will be a best of 7. I see TaToH ACCM. I'm guessing that'll be played tomorrow. Or no, it says the end date is 7/20. So I'll talk to the host and see when it's played. But it will be TaToH versus ACCM in a best of 7 finals. Ooh, so that'll be it for me today. We streamed for 5.5 hours. That was a Long Islands game. Now, thank you all for watching. We got up to 148 viewers on YouTube for that game. So, glad you're enjoying the YouTube stream still. I'm going to send a raid over to T90. He's doing Regicide Rumble today. So, I'll end first on YouTube. Goodbye to everyone.